Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Well, hello. The microphone seems to be working. I actually forgot the microphone upstairs. I had left it in the bag that I took camping until about a minute ago, and I was like, oh shoot, where's my microphone? Okay, the microphone level looks good, maybe a little low. Hard to tell. The closed captions work according to the thing on my dashboard. What is that called? Doc. And it looks like we're good to go. So we'll be back or ready in just a moment here. Be right with you.
Hello.
There we are. Hello. Hello. Good day or afternoon or
Hello.
one of those things. Hello. Let's get started. Let me say hello. 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 Let me scroll back up. Twinderella, welcome in. Baker, welcome in. Good to have you. Not and Getty, hello. Good day. Good day. Sida, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Shayna, welcome in. Guy, hello. Good to have you. 10, a nice round number. 10 check-ins. Phoenix, welcome in. Phoenix, hello. The digital handshake. Yes, indeed. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Good to have you. Got your gold star. Good work. Good work. Creme Delish, welcome in. Good to have you. Good day to you. Gweniper, hello. Welcome. Slinka, welcome. Hello. Slinka, that's 140 check-ins. That is a multiple of 120. No, it is a multiple of 120. That's factually correct. But it is a multiple of 20. I already got all this. Okay. Where? Hold on. I need a clean index card. There we go. I got your 120 check-ins. Can you check on them to make sure they're still alive? Yes, I will do that. I will do that. Would you like me to do that right now as I'm starting. And show them. I will go check on them, yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, yes, they're fine. They were in the thing. Creme Delicia boy and how to tell the difference between a boy and a girl, and if you put them in the water it sinks. Girl. If it floats, boy ant. That's funny. Ooh, Sita, that's kind of wild. Are you like completely out of radishes now, or are you maintaining some of the batch that you had? Sita, that is true. That is true. Gwen has not been without the kittens in her immediate presence for a long time, for a while, so I imagine it to be quite different, especially now that they're eating solid food and don't need to be bottle fed anymore, which is nice. Beep Boop Beth, welcome in. Hello. Took the biggest radishes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello. Boris, hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're gonna get started today. I've got any grapes? I've got what do I have? Who's knows? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, indeed. Happy Tuesday to you too. It's I feel like I'm slower to get moving today than I was anticipating, but that's okay. We have some prep today. I'm going to prep for a trip, another one. I'm taking a little bit of a different approach today than I usually do with trip prep. A lot of the time when I'm doing trip prep, I do ingredient prep and then cook in the campsite. So if I was prepping like beef stew, I would be prepping all the ingredients and then like cooking it at the campsite. You know, I've done this before with grilled cheese. I've done this before for like foil packets. I've done this before for other foods. I don't remember all of the trip prep that we've done, if I'm being honest. And I'm going to do more prep ahead of time. What does more prep mean? I mean, we're going to make, so I always make sloppy joes. We're going to do those, like that's normal. But for this time around, I'm going to do grilled cheese and foil packets, two of the things that I already mentioned today. But I'm going to make them completely ahead of time. So I'm going to like make the packet with the fish and the peas, corn, Brussels, like all the stuff in it. And I'm going to freeze the whole packet. And likewise, I'm going to make the grilled cheese completely. I'm going to make the sandwiches till they're done and finished, ready to eat. I'm going to let them cool down, put them on a sheet pan, and freeze them. And then at the campsite, I'm just going to cook them on griddle or something like that. I might toss them in the fire. I don't know. But I'm doing more of like a whole prep thing. Because I'd like to cook less there. One night we're gonna do like sausage and onions, so that's already like I'm gonna prep the onion for that. I want to have some grilled cheese prepped, fish and foil prepped, sloppy joe ready to go, and that's about it. Yeah. At one point I was just sloppy joe grilled cheese. Sloppy joe grilled cheese sounds amazing. Phoenix, it's not reheated fish. It is frozen. So the fish that I have is frozen already. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that frozen fish, I'm going to unwrap it. I'm going to put it in a packet, a foil packet with frozen peas, frozen corn, Brussels sprouts, and butter and herbs, and I'm going to refreeze it. So the fish is not getting cooked. The grilled cheese I'm cooking ahead of time. So the grilled cheese is going to be completely cooked, as in I could eat it today, right now, hot, ready to go. That I'm going to freeze and reheat on the griddle. So clarity. Point of clarification. Amber, what do you mean a parody? I believe I am a person in the public sphere, and so I don't know that I guess I'm sure. I don't. Now that you're asking, I'm curious what that means. I don't know that you actually need to ask, but I don't know. Curious in what format that means. Like an AI parody? No, please don't. Other parodies? Unclear. Gwen, the cats were like asleep. They were like, I like looked in and they looked at me and they were like, I was like, all right, y'all can. I was like, okay, goodbye. They were fine, not active. I did close the door again. First things first today, let's caramelize an onion. Let's caramelize several onions, actually, because I want them for sausage and onion, I want them for the grilled cheese, and I want them, that's it. I want them for the sausage and onion and for the grilled cheese. Do I want them for anything else? No. I was thinking like other meals that we're having. No. So first, onion. I don't know actually what dinner tonight is either, so I'm sort of, we may also do dinner tonight, depending on the schedule and how things work out. We may once again just have leftovers or leftover hot dogs for dinner. Fried chicken and tots. Did you get me one? Did you get me a Love and Honey fried chicken sandwich that I can eat later happily? Damn. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. Amber, that would be fine. That would be fine. I wanna say directly that I probably won't like cross promote it or other things of that nature, because that's just not like my vibe. Not you specifically, but like just I want to set your expectations that I don't want to like collaborate or anything. If that makes sense. I'm not generally I don't know. I just do my own thing. So sounds interesting. What did I say I was doing? An onion. Right. Thought I just took the Thought I was just gonna like drop that knife off there. Interesting to see if there's anything worth the parody. I mean, I feel like certainly there are eccentricities that I exhibit on stream that are probably amusing to send up a fit check compilation. You know, I haven't clipped any of the fit checks. I don't know why. Actually, yeah, I haven't. I do a lot of clipping of the stream, generally speaking, but I do burn. Oh, Gwen, you're talking about, oh, Boris. Yeah, I mean, I was also interested to see if there's anything worth a parody. I don't generally find that there would be. You definitely have to get some clogs, though. That is accurate as stated. Gwen, there was one year where we went as each other to a Halloween party, if you recall. How to pronounce caramel and its various caramel variations. I probably pronounce it caramel or caramel depending on what I'm using it for. Shameless. Shameless. You really are shameless. Y'all, if you want the best viewers on Twitch, there's a message in chat that will give you that. Apparently. I don't actually know how to delete or time people out from this this view. If you say caramel. Who's Knows says caramel, not caramel. I don't even know how I say it. I don't actually. I think it's like water for me, in that it goes either. It goes like either way. See, but sometimes it's just water. That's just how it is. Nobody's forcing anything. Nobody's forcing you to listen. I don't know. I'm thinking of how I say caramel. Caramel. That's why you got a door downstairs. Caramel. Ooh. Like care as in Care Bear? Plot twist. I definitely say it differently based on, like, I don't know, just my mood. I don't know. I definitely do say it differently because I can't like think of I can't think of a specific way that I say it. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that one. 1, 2. A praline. Praline or praline? I'd say pray. P-R-A-Y. That one I know. Mashed splits. Philly cheesesteak. Not today. Not today. If I was doing Philly cheesesteak on a camping trip, I probably wouldn't prep anything. I'd prep the onions for it. Oh, realtor. Because if you say realtor, there's no second A. That's the, like, I think the other pronunciation of that one, like, includes a letter that doesn't actually exist. You said caramelizing in a way that I find suitable, and it pulled the arguments from the deep parts of my brain. Yeah, it's like caramelizing or caramelizing. I probably say caramelizing, I don't know. We could go back and look at what I said before I became self-conscious of it. Realtor. Quaback. Yeah. There's one other. There's a lot of them like that. Yeah, it's not realtor because there's no A. Realtor. Like if you say realtor, you're adding a letter. I get that a lot of people say it that way, but I do. I that's one I'm like, eh. Caramel. I don't know if anyone says caramel. Caramel. People that say aluminium. That one's a good one. I do like that one. See, the problem is when you say caramelizing, I'm unsubscribing. I don't know, because it's text. I don't know which one you're telling me not to say. And then when I say caramelizing, or caramelizing, I don't know. I can't. This is the problem with text. Does it say camp out on the caption? What caption? People say aluminium because that's the name of the metal. There's no such thing as aluminum. Where are we saying? Where are you seeing cam out? I don't understand where you're seeing this. Oh, got it. Yes, there it is. Yes, I see now. Thank you. You said caption, and I was like, what is caption? Okay. Description. Took me a second. Sorry. There's no such thing as aluminum. Well, I mean, I think it's like aluminum foil, right? Isn't it called aluminum foil? I don't know. Like, because it says aluminum on the box. So I don't know what aluminium, if that's actually a metal. Is that actually the name of the metal? Is aluminum foil just a compound? It also says streaming together. Streaming together? Why are we always streaming together? I don't want to do streaming together. Stop. It turns it. Oh, I know. It always turns it on from my phone. Whenever I use the other, it's fine. I know why it came on that time. God damn. America dropped the I for no reason. Yeah, that Alex. America does a lot of stuff without a really sound reasoning. So that checks out. Sad Girl Sarah, welcome in. I believe you. I have no reason not to believe you that it's aluminium. I am not a I'm no scientist, so I can't verify with my handy dandy pocket chart periodic table. Cito, what kind of whitefish would you be making? Interesting. Uranium, cadmium. It's not uranium and cadmium. I did not know that. The more you know. The name aluminum predates aluminium as the metal derived from the ore alum by about 50 years. I don't know why the Brits added the extra I, because language. There's a lot of pushing up of glasses. It is a very esoteric kind of conversation regarding language, and this is why English is so difficult to learn. I think we were like clearly demonstrating in real time why people struggle with it. We dropped the U's because it was too expensive to print. Phoenix, cite your sources. Although you can't post them in chat because there's a link. That I would imagine to be true, or it saved space or something like really niche like that. That seems like it could be accurate. Like for a reason that is nothing to do with the language itself. Fresh and frozen. Make some foil packets. I'm on the foil packet train today. You could do like a dip, like a whitefish spread with some really nice like bread. Humans are dumb. That we also have established to be true. Yeah, foil packet, onions. Onions would be good. Butter, maybe a little like. I always like a little bit of bread with the foil packet too. I think it's hard to put not in the packet. I feel like it's. What grains do you use in a foil packet? I don't ever really put grains in there. Claire, welcome in. Tuesday morning / afternoon. Morning for some still. Where I am, it's 13:34 Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Philadelphia. So we are squarely in afternoon here. We definitely have some folks, correct, still experiencing morning, our West Coasters. 6:30 in the UK. So welcome in. Good evening. Well, good evening to you then. It is early afternoon for me. You're in the future. I hope you had a good Tuesday, or at least what you've had of Tuesday so far. All right, that's plenty of onions to caramelize. Let's do that. Am I going to use the big pan for this? Am I going to use the big pan for anything else? That's the important question. I'm not going to use it for the grilled cheese. Not going to use it for salami Joe. I'm not going to use it for the freezer packets. Okay, no, we're going to use the big pan. We're going to use the big pan for this one because it is larger. Simply put. It is also cleaner. The other pan that I use for caramelizing, I made hot dogs in couple days ago, and I didn't clean it out, so it's got like hot dog stuff in it, and I don't really want to clean it right now, and I don't want to caramelize onions in hot dog stuff, so we're going to avoid it. Sita, potato, yes, potato, tomato, tomato. I think that's an accent thing. Dan, yeah, the other day Gwen came down, or Calvin, it was like 5 o'clock in the evening. I forget if it was, who was it, Gwen or Calvin, who got the coffee out of the microwave. I had like left a sip of coffee in the microwave, and I think Gwen saw it in there, and like Calvin brought it down to me. It was like, thanks. It was like the sludge. I took a sip though. And my eyes immediately opened. Dan, welcome. Kinja, hello. Hello. Been well. Definitely been well. Generally speaking. It was Calquin. That's right. He and I were watching YouTube. And Gwen was making dinner, which was nice. Cyborg, hello. Cyborg, 201 check-ins. I am pretty sure I missed you on the 200. So here is your confetti. Oh, we were watching that? I thought that was yesterday. I don't know. Days are all messed up. Yeah, that was yesterday. I don't even know. It doesn't. It literally. You're right. It literally doesn't matter. I think we know. I think I don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So I got you for the 200 now. I know it's in Discord, but I also confirmed, have written it down. Nobody's chickening, even though they can. We had a good check-in. What was I wish I'd have written it down. I didn't have any method of writing the other day when it happened. I forget what it was. We had another a good weird one the other day. Earth Toast, welcome in. New job, congratulations. Camping was great, and thank you for asking. It was a nice trip. Had a little rain one night, and then the night that we were all out was pretty nice. And it was good. And the other thing that I got out of that was that I can do that again, and it'll be fun. And I know that the stream works. I know that I have reception. I know that I have at least one campsite that works. So overall, I am sort of like, okay, that was a good test. And now I can actually plan for stuff there. Which will be fun. High school English teacher, but after Google, apparently they were incorrect. I mean, generally, it's good to Google the thing too. Oh my God. See, Gwen was making a recipe that I wrote, the sheet pan gnocchi one, so that it could be tested. And I was like, hey, if you are willing to do this and make dinner, it would be great and helpful, because it's testing something, and I can test things, but it's easier when someone else does it, because they have a different experience and knowledge and understanding of the things that were written in that recipe. So that is always helpful. All right, we're on the road to caramelization. Here we go. I'm gonna put that on a low. Earth Toast asked, did you use anything to boost reception? No. The reception there is generally good in that where I was, but there was more than one modem. So if you're using a single phone, you might get hiccups. But I had more than one modem, so it was good. The stream held up there. It's always been a good place. I've always had reception there when I've gone camping there before, so I chose it partly for that reason. And then I cried. Well, you cried because of the onions. It wasn't because of the complexity of the recipe. So, for point of clarification, it was just the recipe causing. It was just the onion causing the tears. Speaking of onion, let's get a little bit. No, I mean, I did laugh. That's right, because you did the whine, cry for attention whine. The one, you know, the one that's like the like, oh, I need to be acknowledged in the thing that's happening right now. It's like the cats when they yell. Corn juice. Corn juice is the technical term for what you scrape off the corn cob after you've cut the kernels off with a knife. It's not a technical term. It's just like, yeah, the stuff, the residual. It's more like a slurry, but it's like, you can't call it a slurry. I guess you could call it a slurry. It's the background in Zora's domain. I have no idea. Actually, I can't hear the music at all. It's called Decumbiture, and it's by the artist Beats Background. So no. It is distinctly not Zelda. This is one of those, like, I don't know, Beats for stream background tracks that just sounds like every other beat for stream. Right. Let's make the sloppy joe next, because these caramelized onions need to these onions need to caramelize a little bit more. I need them for the grilled cheese too. So we're gonna do the sloppy joe, then we're gonna do the fish in the foil packets, and then we're gonna do the grilled cheese. In that order. Let's read through the sloppy joe recipe. It should be pretty simple. I've made it before. It's I went to find this recipe the other day because I always search for it using the same search methodology, but it's like not online anymore. But it is by my friend Megan. Link to her socials / newsletter is in chat. Although she's taking a summer-long hiatus from both of those things, so you should just follow anyway. Sloppy joes are great, Dan, and these are by request. So Calvin requested a couple things. He generally likes oatmeal with he generally likes oatmeal, so he requested oatmeal. He also requested sloppy joes, and he requested like hot dogs, of course. I also suggested grilled cheese with soup and the fish in the foil. Who actually is Joe, and why is he known for being sloppy? Yeah, I think it originated as the slovenly Joseph, but it has since been shortened. And I don't know. Joe Rogan. It's not Joe Rogan. I don't think he's very sloppy. I don't know. I still hold Fear Factor Joe Rogan in my heart. In the days before he was where he is now. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Good day. Named Joe in Sioux City, Iowa. That sounds like it's made up. Not Sioux City, but like the fact that it originated there. The tomato sauce version of a loose meat sandwich. Okay, sloppy is a clear reference to the sandwich tendency. It is. I mean, it is a messy sandwich. But why Joe? I mean, why Joe? Just because it's got like the person's name? I love all the origin stories. I love the terminology loose meat sandwich. It's like so many different types of sandwiches are that it's funny because that is also where the cheese stick came from. like the first person to add onions and cheese to it was some guy named Pat in South Philly. Like, same loose meat sandwich, just different directions. Roughly around the same time, too, 1930. Loose meat sounds like a euphemism. You know it. No, euphemism. Velos, welcome in. Good day. Regardless, we are making the the loose meat tomato sandwich. The loose meat and tomato sandwich. Branding. And now you know why they call it the sloppy Joe, because like who the hell wants to call it the loose meat and tomato sandwich? When are you going to make those privileged cookies again? Yeah. Yeah. Gwen, you are literally the only person who knows what cookies those are. I've never made them for Cookie Club. We should do them for Cookie Club one time. Bellas, I'm glad you got your tent up. How was backyard camping? Oh, wait. Tuesday. Yes, weekend. Backyard camping was this past weekend. Is it still up? Loose meat tomato sauce sandwich. Ah, the sauce. Yeah. Burgers. Nice. Nice. That's amazing. That is amazing. Are you planning on leaving it up for a little while? Like a big old thing like that, I would definitely, like a big canvas tent like that. Seems fun. I would probably be like, this is now just a fixture in the yard. When we were camping this week, or last week, I saw a guy at the campground whose tent had been up for like several weeks, and when they took it down, like he was in the process of packing up while I was there. There was just a circle of dead grass on the ground. It was like, oh, that's where the tent was. Pomodoro, like the method or the tomato. A Pomodoro method is helpful if you have trouble focusing. If it's up for more than 4 hours, please go see a doctor. 10 by 14, that's a great size. That's a good size. 10 by 12 and 16 by 20 were the two sizes that, the two canvas tent sizes I'm familiar with. 10 by 14 is like a little nicer. That's a perfect size for like a personal tent, or a tent to carry around like that. A square of no grass. That's when you just like pave it or put in like a tent pad. It's weird that they don't make 10 by 12s. My pop-up is a 10 by 10. Olive oil. Here's what. Sorry. Sloppy Joe recipe. I mean, if you're putting up your tent often enough in the backyard, it feels worth it to have like a dedicated space. My favorite campsites are the ones with tent pads. Seriously, I will go out of my way to find one with a tent pad, and I'd rather stay in a site with a tent pad that's like way, way, way far away from the bathrooms than one without one that's super close. Mainly because the runoff management is great. A wooden platform would be nice, or even bamboo, or like a bamboo floor mat or something like that too might be nice, or like, I don't know, one of those plastic carpets. I feel like we're distracting. I mean, it's streaming. This is like what I enjoy though. See, I know that it takes me a while to like get to things, but the conversation is fun. Like the reason.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy.
Well timed.
Sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
well timed.
Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Yeah, the reason that I started streaming in the first place was to have someone to talk to, because Gwen didn't want to sit at the kitchen counter and talk to me for hours a day. Or a couple times a week. Cyborg, my goal is to be as far away from the bathroom. That was definitely my goal last week when we were out. I just wanted to be not close. I try to strike a balance in between. Now, I would like to. Now I'm just more partial to having a good sight. I don't have anything that needs an electric, so I rarely get an electric sight. Also, I don't like being in the middle of a bunch of different RVs. My favorites are the ones that are next to an electric site, because then you can always be like, the person who's in the site usually is like, hey, if you need to plug anything in, go ahead. And I'm like, how about an extension cord? It's exhausting doing all that active listening. See, that's the thing, Gwen. Here's the secret about streaming, right? I think, is that not everyone in chat is listening at once, but sometimes someone is. You know, comfy chair in the kitchen. Yes, that's Earthers. That is. I love that. This camera is at the kitchen counter. So like, if all this streaming stuff wasn't like right here, there could be a person sitting here, and that's sort of, you know, people were like, oh, watching streams is like body doubling. Like, yeah, same. Earthers, I don't actually get your drift, and I'm trying and I want to. The Jackery has enough power for camping. Cyborg, I was thinking about that when I was doing the stream last week. I was like, you know, it would be kind of nice, like a battery pack, because that way I could bring like, I would just plug the thing in and not worry about charging a battery. I would probably plug some lights into it. You know. Sloppy goes. 10 minutes later. Oh, that C word. Got it. Sorry. The other C word. I was like, C word. Yes. Yes. Okay. Heard. Yeah, you know, that's like in the mainstream now with like kids. That particular word. Wild. Just read, Gwen, read 2 messages above yours. Not to see what I call my grandmother. No, not that one. Not that one. USB fans, yes. Cyborg, my friend Jesse, who I've talked about on stream before, being the person who took an Uber home from our camping trip last July. We scheduled another trip this spring, right at the end of June. And I was like, he was like, hey, I got some fans. And I was like, you know, it's not an electric site, right? And he was like, oh yeah, totally. Like they're USB or like solar rechargeable or something. And I was like, good. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna finish reading this recipe, or I'm gonna get to this. I'm gonna get to this because I really no, go ahead. C-U-C-K, a cuck chair. You should probably Google it on your work computer. I just asked Calvin what it is. I bet he knows. I'm sure he's come across it on his YouTube before. I'm sorry that I made you say that on stream. It's fine. It's fine. Just for clarity, so we all know. We all know what we're talking about here. Solar is useless in the Pacific Northwest. Right. Fair. Okay, that's reasonable. The Automod held the message, but I can't approve. /unmod, whatever. Gwen approved the message, not knowing what it was, and she'll continue approving forever just because this is the. Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, I swear. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna stop looking at chat for a second. I'm gonna read the ingredients to this recipe. I'm gonna make sure I got them out on the counter. Then we're gonna take a quick break and play words on stream, and run a quick ad. The cuddle chair. Yes, Earth Toast. Exactly. Exactly. The man sits in a chair. He sits wherever he's told. Jesus. What? This is the point. It's like the timeout chair. Who's knows? Just clarifying, just in case there was any confusion. He sits in the chair because he's told to sit there, because it's part of the dynamic that he and the other people in the room have established through responsible adult communication. That's how it works. Oh, God. No. Gwen, the chair sits in the kitchen so that other people can sit and enjoy company while cooking, but they're equating it to the chair that sits in the hotel room, which we didn't actually say, but that's what it's called when it's in the hotel room. Are we there yet? Holy shit. Okay, I think we all got it. I think we got it. Darlene on YouTube asked if I'm okay. Yes. Thank you for your concern. If that was concern. Yes. I am okay. YouTube chat is not showing up in my dashboard where I want it to. Okay. Fire breathing rubber ducky. I appreciate your chat. And I appreciate your lurk too. If you're lurking, thank you. /Y. Oh God. Never want to sit in that chair. Bellis, no, you don't want to sit in the chair. 40 and Bay. Welcome. How are we? Great. How are you? I'm good. I am generally well in this moment. We're not going to get to the recipe. We're never cooking again. We're never cooking again. We're just going to talk about #sex education for the rest of the day. Who knows? I'm not flustered. This is just hilarious to me. I mean, did I miss the good stuff? We were talking about the cuck chair in the hotel, if that indicates anything. Sharpie. I made you some content. I mean, it's true. Oh my God, y'all. 40 and Bay. You can feel free to ask away. I am happy to answer reasonable. I'm happy to answer reasonable and well-intentioned questions. I'm happy to answer unreasonable and well-intentioned questions. Hour in, we've done nothing. We've got onions on the stove. Twitch is telling me I'm supposed to be running an ad. I haven't yet read the recipe I'm making. And the good news is the onions are going to be caramelized. Coral. Before we get to anything relevant today. Lurking with caution. Always lurk with caution. Seriously. Okay, we're gonna read this recipe. Lemon, remind me. I had something I wanted to tell you. I had a program. I can DM it to you. I had a program I found that would solve your priority, setting your prioritization of tasks every time. I'm using it and it's great. It's called System Informer, SYSTEM Informer, and you run it as an admin, and it saves your prioritization level for all of the things. And you can also do like a bulk, like everything under the OBS section, you can just do the thing. And it works really well. So here's what we're gonna do. I love a good informer. Let's read a recipe. I'm going to read this recipe. Then I will need to I need to run an ad. Twitch is going to make me run an ad. So, and 40, I do want to answer your question. I want to give your question the actual like space and consideration that I'm not going to have before Twitch is going to make me run an ad. So if you don't mind for a second, I will finish reading this recipe, and then we will run a quick break, and then we'll be back. Tatsu, welcome in. We're gonna double this, by the way. Lean ground beef, 1.5 pounds lean ground beef. I got turkey today because I wanted to do it with turkey instead. Yellow onion finely chopped, a medium red bell pepper finely chopped. 2 cloves of garlic, chili powder, paprika, kosher salt, 1 can of tomato sauce. Wait, I'll need a second can of tomato sauce. 2 tablespoons tomato paste, packed dark brown sugar, Dijon mustard, which I do not have. I just have regular yellow mustard. And then hamburger buns. So this is a super easy recipe. Okay, I've got all that. I just need to get another can of tomato paste, not paste, crushed tomatoes. Just had a moment of panic where I thought I didn't have it, and I was just going to have to use water or something. Dark brown sugar, tomato paste on the counter, sauce, paprika, and chili powder are the only spices. Okay, and we'll get those out. Excuse me, when we need them. 40. I will answer your question now. I don't think I've ever had like nightmares about anything, but I do. Obviously, you consider sort of your own mortality a lot more when you have a kid, and I do think that you're very reasonably, you're having very reasonable thoughts around like, am I going to be able to be there? I'm feeling responsible, and I think that the thing to do is to help mitigate some of that is do some of the things that maybe you wish people were like, oh, I wish I'd have said more of this type of thing or spent more time or all that. Like, do that now. I don't know if you can ever alleviate anxiety over not being there for your child. I don't think it's reasonable to try. So, that is my answer for you. Gwen, we should always err on the side of being nice. People will show you when you don't need to be, and it will become very clear. It's usually super clear when you don't But if there's a question, go towards the light. That is my guidance for you as a moderator. Here, our godparents are the ones who take care of you if your parents are not there anymore. Tatsu, totally. And I think that, there's certain, places where that's true. I feel like in the United States, we have a much more fractured, family structure and sense of obligation than other places in the rest of the world. I'm suspicious. Yup. I am also suspicious, generally speaking. Okay, we're going to run a quick words on stream break. I'm going to go sit in the chair in the kitchen and think about what I've done, and we'll be back in just a moment. How do I... Where the hell is words on stream? There it is. All right. Quick words on stream break. We're going to run a 3-minute advertisement. If you're new to the channel and you're not a subscriber, I'm sorry, you're going to get an ad on Twitch. You can always go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link in chat, and we'll see you in a moment. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Let's, I'm going to manage the sink a little bit here because there's stuff in it. There's more specifically, there's bags in it. I've been cleaning these. I did a little freezer clean out and got a bunch of stuff that was just in there in plastic bags. I had some fruit in the bottom, and not in the good way of being in a yogurt cup, but it was in the bottom of the fridge in a drawer. Clean that out. So I got a bunch of plastic bags in the sink right now. Gwen loves washing the plastic bags out. Maybe I'll leave them. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Ooh, these onions smell amazing. Like an Italian grandmother. I mean, it's true. You're not wrong. It's not disgusting, though. I disagree that it's disgusting. A sink before days, like I did last time. But, you have literally days. Days. It's not my shit. We live in the same house. There we go. Okay. If you are on Twitch, your ad break is over. Welcome back. We're finishing a game of words on stream, and then we're going to make a sloppy Joe. While I'm waiting. I'm finishing this ad break. Let me get out the other two ingredients that we need to get out. Spices, cayenne, and smoked paprika. Here it is. And let's give these onions a stir. Last guesses. Get your last guesses in for words on stream. I'm gonna make sure the flame on this pan doesn't go out. It's caramelizing these onions. I have the window open. The window's open just a little bit here, and it is the flame on the stove is likes to go out. All right. Very nice. I'm gonna come back over here. What camera setup were we on? This is the one. That is the one. There we go. Excuse me. Oh. Okay. What do we need to do? What do we need to do for these sloppy joes? I think I'm gonna make these in the Drew Dutch oven today. Because it's a nicer Dutch oven to make things in. It's easier to stir things, and it's easier to pour them out of. So, step one, brown the meat. Heat the oil, add the beef. 7 to 8 minutes. Transfer to a plate. Cook the aromatics and spices. Return the pan to medium heat. Add the onion, pepper, and garlic, and cook until softened. Reduce the heat slightly. Add the chili powder, paprika, and salt. Add the liquids. Tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard. Stir to combine. Return the reserved beef to the pan. Mash the beef with a potato masher. Great. Into small pieces. Simmer the sauce for 15 minutes until thickened. Taste, season, and serve. Easy. Okay, let's get all our ingredients together first. So we'll just do the prep because I need onions and garlic in this one. Will you be mad if I come home? No. No. Do what you need to. Pedro, welcome in. I'm back from touching grass. We are back from touching grass. That is true. Why? No, I was considering. I was just considering. Knife. People coming in and talking to me, and it's annoying. I mean, you are at your office. When you are in your office, that is what happens because you're not always there. So when you're there, people want to talk to you. Like, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Half medium. Okay, so I'm doubling this. We're doing 1 yellow onion fine diced, and then bell pepper and garlic. All right, everything else, I'll open the cans, measure out the sugar. That's about it. You could just tell them that they need to talk to Calvin first, that he's like your secretary or something, and have him take a memo. Just have him take messages from people. He would like that, and they would, you know, probably get a kick out of it, / maybe be annoyed, but who cares? Red bell pepper. Finely chopped. Okay. Did you do? Well, come home whenever. Don't forget to bring Calvin with you. What are y'all going to do this afternoon? Finally chopped. Yeah. Finally chopped is the exact description of what we're doing with this onion right now. Who's noticed this one time my mom left me in a cash and carry? That, you're like, what happened? Yeah, this is a finally chopped onion, as in it's been an hour and 20 minutes since stream started, and here we go. Tatsu, we are making a couple things. We're doing Sloppy Joe prep right now. Loose meat tomato sauce sandwich, if you will. We're also going to do, I'm prepping a couple whole meals. So we're going to do grilled cheese. I'm going to make the grilled cheese entirely. Then we're going to make fish in foil packets. We're not cooking those, but we're assembling them. And all of that is getting frozen. The Sloppy Joe's getting frozen. The grilled cheese sandwiches, completed sandwiches, are getting frozen. And then foil packets are getting frozen. The fish for those packets is already frozen. I'm just going to put it in the packet and put it back in the freezer. So we're going to have basically all of the meals for this particular trip frozen, completely done and cooked, or not cooked in the case of the fish, but completely assembled and ready to go. I'm trying to maximize my non-cooking time this time around, and just basically make everything ahead of time and freeze it, and then when it's time for dinner, or like an hour, hour a little bit before dinner, take that out of the cooler, let it thaw for just a moment, and in the case of like the grilled cheese, we'll just toss those in the griddle. In the case of the Sloppy Joe, I'll put that in a pot. The fish in the foil will cook in the fire whatever day has a nice like campfire going in the afternoon. So it should be, trying to keep it as easy as possible this time. That's the goal. Ooh. Onions are rough today. Ooh, who knows? You just walked home. I hope. I mean, it sounds like maybe you were used to some things of that nature happening. That's wild though. It was probably very confusing as a child. You're like, what's happening? Robbie, welcome in. Good to see you. Robbie, did you get 120 check-ins while we were camping last week? Well, I'm gonna enjoy your lurk. I hope your errand is productive and that they have what you need. I was at the store myself this morning, and the place that always has the thing that I've always bought it from didn't have the thing today, and I was like, what are we doing? What happened? While you were camping. Yes, in that case, Robbie, you get confetti today. Congrats on your 120th check-in. That is a Cookie Club entry. I believe I saw that, and I believe I saw that one in Discord. But just in case I didn't, we're gonna write that down. A small filling because it's chipped and cutting me. Oh God, that's awful. You're like your own teeth are cutting the inside of your mouth. Brutal. That is kind of brutal. Well, good luck. It sounds like an easy one. Hopefully. Getting a filling is always fun. I get fillings basically every time I go to the dentist. I have like bad cavities, and not because of diet or anything. Just my teeth are just like, nope, we're gonna rot from the outside at all times. Avo, you chipped your tooth a couple months ago. Yeah, and if you're like, oh, well, it's fine. It's no harm, no injuries. Sita, I'm glad you have a nice little snuggled animal. That's kind of nice. I'm pretty sure that's why Glenn wants to come home. Got home and made cookies. Well, you got home and shook it off nicely then. Not sharp enough. Right. That. And if you're like, well, do I get dental surgery or no? And if it's like not harming you, then like, no, probably not. My teeth aren't worth fixing for cosmetics. Right. If it's actually causing a problem inside your mouth, then like by all means. I got a little chip off from one of my front teeth, and I never got it fixed, but it's also like I don't even notice it. It's nice to not to cut your tongue all the time. I believe it. If you're cutting your tongue, like it's like that's an emergency. I did what I set out to do. Amazing though. That's very resilient. That screams of resiliency. All right. We're going to finally chop this bell pepper too. I had it for a year. Well, not that much of an emergency then. If my tooth was cutting the inside of my mouth and I tried to make a dentist appointment, they would probably be like, yeah, we'll see you in 6 months. For some reason, my dentist just doesn't like to see people. Finally chopping. Exactly. I had to cancel my most recent just like general dental checkup because I was sick. I had COVID. And they were like, yeah, we can reschedule. And that's going to be 3 months from now. And I was like, really? What I should have said to them was just schedule me for a filling because like I'm gonna need one. I don't know which one, but like just schedule the filling now, please. I don't need to come in and then have it scheduled again. Just over here paying attention to my fingertips instead of chat. Sorry. People like good oral hygiene don't acknowledge numerous factors that play into oral health. No, I mean, yeah, like I know for myself I get cavities all the time, but I don't have like I don't really eat candy. I don't eat a lot of like things that cause cavities proper, and I every time I go to the dentist I need a filling, so I don't know. Yeah, totally, like there's a lot of different factors. Genetics is a big one. Strong teeth genetics, obviously. Says Liz, welcome in. Medications, totally. Diet, you know. Do you have calcium in your diet? Are you getting enough calcium to have strong bones, which teeth are? Right? Like, all of that. All of that. Are you drinking a lot of liquid, non-soda liquid that maybe erodes the enamel on your teeth? Is Mercury in retrograde? All of these things factor in to your general oral health. Better says, I eat everything that causes cavities. I mean, yeah. Some people just eat whatever and they never get a cavity, and it's like good. I'm jealous. I don't avoid sugar. Like I just, at this point in my life, I just know. Maybe I grind my teeth at night. That's true. Maybe I do. That could also be very true. I don't know if I grind my teeth. Woo! Onion's looking good. All right, let's get the rest of this stuff measured out here. I'm gonna add all of the liquid stuff together at once, so I'll just put that in a bowl. How many people are going on this trip? Liz, this is just Calvin and I this time around. Just Calvin and I this time. But with Sloppy Joe, I always make a bunch, just like beef stew. I just make a bunch and freeze it. So I'm making a double batch because I want to have some in the freezer. Aromatics, spices. So the onion, pepper. Oh, garlic. Let's chop the garlic. Right. Let's get the garlic done. 4 cloves of garlic minced. Easy. We're going to do this on the microplane. And we're going to do 5 of them because we're rebels. No, because I just pulled off 5. Liz, the different approach that we're taking today is instead of doing like prep. So historically, in times before today, I've usually done, like, if we're doing grilled cheese at the campsite, I'll prep all the ingredients for the grilled cheese, and then I'll assemble them and grill them in the campsite. Today, and same thing with like beef stew, same thing with like kebabs, although kebabs, the same goes with like the fish packet, the fish and foil packet. When I've prepped for having a fish and foil meal before, I've typically prepped the ingredients and put them in like a quart or pint container, and then assembled it at the campsite. So this time around, we're going to do as much as possible ahead of time. So I'm doing the fish and foil, for example. I'm going to assemble the fish and the foil, fish, peas, corn, herbs, butter, Brussels sprouts, all of that. I'm going to put that in the foil first today. Fish is still frozen. We're not cooking that one. And so I'm going to freeze it. And basically, for making dinner that day, it's get the foil packet out of the cooler and put it in the fryer. Same thing with grilled cheese, except with the grilled cheese, I'm going to cook it completely today. Like, I'm going to make grilled cheese as if I was making them for dinner. I'm going to let them cool down on a wire rack, and then we'll freeze those. And for dinner, I'm going to put them, I'll just get them out of the cooler like an hour or so before dinner, and then I will put them on the griddle and essentially just like reheat them, re-crisp the outside of the bread. And then the Sloppy Joe, nothing's changing with the Sloppy Joe. This is what I always do, is I'm making the whole thing ahead of time. But the different approach is just doing more ahead of time so that I am able to do less in the campsite itself. And the reason there's a good reason for that, because this particular park that we're going to has a lot to do. And I think in the past, so this park is particularly like, there's like, you can boat, you can bike, you can hike, there's electric boats, there's regular canoes. There's kind of a lot. There's a lot to do. And I feel like in the past I've gotten some of the days that I've been there, I've sort of been like, oh, I want to make dinner, but I also like want to do I want to keep doing this other thing, or, I'm just trying to make it so that dinner takes 30 minutes. Like from the moment I'm like, okay, let me start getting dinner together until the moment that I put dinner on a plate. That's the goal. And so we're trying it that way today. I think it'll change some things. I know see the thing, Liz, that I'm trying to get to, right? Like I really enjoy the outdoor cooking. I love, being at the campsite and sort of doing all the stuff. But I don't always simplify it to the point where I can just be at the campsite for longer without doing the stuff. Like I do a lot of prep. So breakfast is easy. I'm usually prepped for breakfast. Breakfast is takes just a few minutes. Lunch is always like sandwiches or pasta salad or whatever. But I feel like, with dinner, it's sort of been, I prep everything to make the fish and foil, the foil packets, right? But then I still have to assemble them. Like it still takes a while to like pull all that stuff out and get the foil out, get the parchment paper out, get the fish, get everything out, get it all assembled. That itself takes 30 minutes. So I'm just trying to do as much ahead as possible because I would like to balance that with more sitting. That's my goal. More sitting and more like doing things as opposed, outside of the campsite, as opposed to like doing cooking stuff. And I do love the cooking part of it, but I want to sit and read for a little bit instead of assembling dinner. I like spending the late afternoon in the campsite doing very little. And sometimes when I go with other people, that's always really nice. Especially when I go with some of my like adult friends camping, as opposed to like my son's elementary school age friends. I do often sort of get a little reprieve from afternoon things, and it's quite nice. So I'm going to try to do it a little bit differently. Bedro, do you do content creation full time, or do you have the day job? I do not have a day job. I do Twitch, and I do freelance recipe writing. So I don't have like a traditional employment situation, and I haven't for a little more than a year at this point. If you freeze the fish in a full packet, so get all this water inside once you defrost it. I don't know, Liz. And the thing is that the fish is frozen currently. And so my hope is that I can assemble the packets quickly and the fish doesn't ever thaw out, and that when it cooks, it's going to be the same as if I'd have like assembled it there. Because I know we're going to get some moisture from the peas, from the corn. There's always going to be moisture in there, which is good because what you're doing is steaming it anyway. It's like it's in a packet, and so it steams. So I think that it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I also did like the most minimal research online. Like I typed into the internet like foil packet campfire frozen quote make ahead end quote, and got lots of folks mainly on Reddit who were like, yeah, I do this all the time, and here's like blah blah blah. Like it was people like discussing that they do that thing, and really to me I was like, okay, cool. Like there's a wealth of information. There's a wealth of discussion out there on people who are already doing it. So I know it can be done, right? Made a couple of holes in the foil. Good call. Yeah, and usually when I make the foil packets, they expand. Like I wrap them really tight, and you can see they blow up because of the steam. Let's get the rest of these things together. Add the beef, aromatics, and spices. Add the onion, pepper, garlic. Add the chili powder, paprika, and salt. Okay, so let's add those things together so that I can just dump them into my pan when it is time. Reminder to self, I'm doubling this. 2 teaspoons of two teaspoons of chili powder. I forget if this chili powder is spicy or not. No. Pause. Pause. Yes. Slower. That was a little slower. But no. Still no. 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika. And we'll keep those over to the side because we're going to season to taste later. And then a teaspoon of salt because it calls for half a teaspoon of salt. Okay. Now we have the liquids: tomato paste, dark brown sugar, Dijon mustard. Okay, and all of that tomato sauce, paste, brown sugar, and mustard is all going in at the same time. So let's measure those out, and we'll put that in a bowl. I'm not going to put the cans of crushed tomatoes in there because they're big, and like I can just pour them right into the pot. That's not necessary. So let's do tomato paste. How much tomato paste? We have 4 tablespoons of tomato paste. Two tablespoons is 33 grams. 4 tablespoons is 66. Close enough. 60. 68, 70. Close enough. Okay. Let me actually just leave this right here because I'm going to package that in a different, smaller, sealable container. Is this going to fit the rest of what's in this can? Yes. No. Close. Maybe this one will. Can't leave it. When you leave it in the can, it gets all like aluminum-y, and I don't want that. I don't always love that. I really like the tomato paste in a tube, but it's always way more expensive than the tomato paste in a can. And I'm not that put off by the aluminum taste. I don't want to store it in there. I could just use all of the tomato paste. What's it going to be? More tomatoey? Sorry. Okay. That's good. Tomato paste, dark brown sugar. So let's see. Dark brown sugar, 2 tablespoons it is. So that's 4 tablespoons. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2 tablespoons of mustard. It says Dijon. I don't have Dijon, so we're just going to use regular mustard. And I'm sure it will be fine. Right, fellas, for the cost of the can, for the cost of a tube, you can buy a can for each single use that you need, and it would still be cheaper. I'd not, from a food waste perspective, maybe don't do that, but like, yeah, it's laughable how much more expensive the tubes of tomato paste are. Like, wildly expensive, wildly more expensive. Like, not even close kind of expensive. Dijon. We do not have Dijon. Do I have any other kind of mustard? Nope. Yellow. Okay. What is this? A tablespoon is 5 grams. So 10 grams of yellow mustard. What are we? Oh. What did I say? 5 grams? 10 grams. 10 grams of yellow mustard. 15 is fine. Okay, so that can go to the side, and we'll add that with the tomato paste, and we are ready to cook. Yeah, tube paste is usually more concentrated than canned paste, so often closer in price per unit of tomatoiness. Yeah. Is that right? I'm not I always just use it 1-to-1, but maybe I'm just not looking at it correctly. I also don't use the tubes very often because I just look at the price and I'm like, oh, kinetic sand, who knows? Yeah, totally. Brown sugar when it's like fresh. No, brown sugar when it's aged reminds me of a brick. Usually higher quality with less citric acid. And if I was making a dish where tomato paste was like a clearly featured ingredient, like this, I don't know, this kind of is, but it's also like lots of tomato, crushed tomato in here. I was thinking maybe if I was making like a pan sauce for pasta and it was just like a little tomato paste and like some simple stuff, like that's where like the higher quality would probably be much more evident. And you can't put the tomato paste into the tube. I wonder if you could get tomato paste back into a tube using an icing, like a piping bag. They use cans for soup, but tube from doing some sort of simple sauce or spread. Okay, so that does make sense then. I don't think I knew that they were concentrated. I'll look at them next time and see what the ratio is. Because I always see them in the store. I see like tomato paste, garlic paste, anchovy paste, etc. Put it back in the tube with your mouth. Oh God. No. I mean, yeah, could it be done? Possibly. To what end? I would not use it again, that's for sure. This is my personal tube of tomato paste. Why is it your personal tube, Lou? You don't want to know. Okay. Let's get a couple things moved around here on the stove. So we're going to use this grip later, and that's going to go on. Let's see. All right, maybe use the simmer burner. Hold on. I'm going to use the simmer burner for the onion, and just keep that real low and keep this on the move. I'm going to concentrate this onion more in the center here, and I know you can't see this at the moment because you're looking at my back, a stove, and a kitchen counter. We're going to put something more interesting on this camera right in just a moment here. All right. Ta-da! That's better. And the meat. We gotta get the meat out. Pedro, enjoy your lunch break. I hope it's relaxing. I hope it's actually relaxing. All right. I'm gonna open this tomato sauce now, though. That way everything's just open and ready to go. We're gonna make the sloppy joe. That needs to simmer for a little bit. After we do that, we're gonna make, I think we'll make the foil packets next, because the grilled cheese, I want the caramelized onion for, and that is going to take a little bit longer because it's still doing its thing on the stove. So we'll hold off on the grilled cheese. Also, thinking about dinner tonight. I didn't put anything on our meal plan today, and so I'm not really sure what dinner tonight is. At some point today, I might panic and be like, "Oh, I had to make dinner." So maybe let's consider what that could be right now. Leftover hot dogs, leftover pizza. Scrambled eggs. Or yeah, or don't eat. Also an option. Yeah, hold on, let me get this off over on the counter here. Or I guess we could do we could do fish sticks and fries. What song is currently making the rounds in your brain? I would like to know. Yes. This is relevant information. In the oil, in a large skillet, add the beef and cook. Okay. Again, we're not using beef today. We're using turkey because I never made this with turkey. And I thought, why not? Let's make it with turkey. So we are. I almost got bison today, but it was very expensive, and I was like, we'll use turkey. I'd like to make it with bison. I bet it would be really good. And I don't always love beef because of it's just like not my jam. But bison was like, oh, that was $14 a pound. No. Flagpole Sitter by Harvey Danger. Oh man. Yeah, it is. That's a good one. That is a good song. I can see why that's stuck in your head. When did that song come out? I don't recall. All right, is this going to be an okay view? Here we go. 1997. Sheesh. That is a while ago. That is definitely a while ago. I remember that year. I do remember that year. What was I doing in 1997? I was graduating from 7th grade. I have a really unique scenario with my birth year / year in school, wherein the year that corresponds, the year number corresponds with the grade I was in that year. The grade that I finished in that year. So 1997, I finished 7th grade. 1994, I finished 4th grade. Which is an interesting distinction. Kind of cool. I think if you were born in a year with a 4 or a 5, that is true in the US anyway, based on the age that you started school. So like Calvin was born in a year with a 5, so he started 4th grade in 24, and he will finish in 25. Princess Diana died that year. Oh. They only moved to Oregon the same weekend. Unrelated. I mean, maybe related? Sounds unrelated. All right, the onions are back here doing their thing. They look great. So this is on 5 out of 7 now. The heat on this pot. And this browning, there's not a lot of liquid that comes out of ground turkey when it's cooked. A lot less fat. A lot less fat. All right. I assume that with Gwen coming home at some point, we will see the cats today. At least, I imagine we will see the cats today. The butterfly effect. That was a movie. I remember that was like a really weird movie as well. Maybe I'm like misremembering it, but I feel like the butterfly effect was one of like a movie that I feel like I remember it being like highly, like people were excited about it, and then the actual movie was like not very good at all. Ashton, was that the movie that in question here? I do not recall. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the theater, whatever it was. I don't remember why I would have seen it in the theater, but I feel like I remember seeing it in the theater. I'm also conflating the name of that movie with the movie, the cover or like poster. What do we call them? Movie promo image now. Anyway, it was like the box that was in Blockbuster back then. I feel like it looked like the one from Silence of the Lambs. And maybe I'm wrong, but I could be wrong before. Flinks, welcome. Carnitas sound great. And pressure cooker carnitas sound really good. Do you have a specific recipe that you enjoy or that you've been happy with? Authentic tamales. You're on a tear then. A blue hue and people had red eyes. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm like, maybe I'm just remembering. Yeah, it's like lost to the ages, but some of those things like stick out, you know? Thanks. If you are willing to throw that in Discord, I would be interested. I'm always interested in seeing that. The link will not post it. There's links are not allowed to post in chat because I can't verify them in real time. And while I do trust pretty much everyone who chats here to, remain calm, at least remain non-spammy. I said most. Did I say all? I did mean most. The rule exists for a reason. And that reason is experience. All right. We're starting to get a little browner here. I really should have done this in batches. This was foolish to dump all of this in here at once, but like the only way is through. I did turn this up just a little bit so that it is browning a little quicker. And these onions, I just keep stirring these onions because they're making sounds. I don't always love when they make sounds. Usually for caramelizing onion, I want them to be quiet. I wouldn't trust me either. Well, you know, it's not necessarily anyone who chats. It's bots. It's all that stuff. The spam bots that come through. I'm gonna throw a little salt on this. I realized I didn't season this. I only seasoned the I only put salt in the dry ingredients. So let's actually like season this meat. I don't know if it says to season it. Add beef, break it into large pieces. No, it doesn't actually say to season it, but like, I don't know. I've cooked before. It seems like you should put salt on the thing right now, and a little pepper. There we go. All right. Looking better. So all of this is going to get taken out of this pot once we're mostly browned. Forget if it says to brown it all. Let's see. Until browned and cooked through. Okay. Yes, browned and cooked through. Yeah, who knows? The salt thing, like if you've watched an episode of any of those shows, like, yeah, it's funny though, because like when you write, like you have to tell people to salt things. Like you can't not have salt as an ingredient. Like you have to, if your dish requires salt at any point, you have to like tell people to put it in, because otherwise there are plenty of people who won't. And they're like, this is bland. And you're like, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, exactly. Who knows? You cannot assume that everyone knows to season their food, or not even knows, but like remembers to season their food, right? Like if you're following a recipe and you've got a bunch of other stuff going on, you know, you got people in your house wanting stuff, you got maybe you're listening to a podcast or music or something, maybe you're watching Twitch and following some conversation there. Like, you just might forget. I've definitely forgotten to add salt to things before, even when I know that I should be doing that. So, Claudio, hi from Portugal. Welcome in. Bom dia. I do not speak Portuguese. I'm sorry. I know that one, but that's the limit. Welcome. Intro to Discord stuff. Well, were you able to make it in? It's amazing. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for putting it in there. I appreciate it. I love the recipes channel. Is not just like recipes I've made on stream. I always just love going back through there and looking for inspiration, especially things that are easy. Like, you know, like this was very good and easy to make, or super simple. That type of stuff is right in my wheelhouse. We love it. I didn't make Gordon cry. Gordon chose to cry. That is a power statement. A little over an hour. That's great. For carnitas? Hell yeah. That's good timing. That is very good timing for carnitas. Because they can take all day. It's good that you don't allow links. Well, I mean, we do in Discord. But also, like, you know, Automod does catch some things. Yeah, I mean, the crock or the copper pot, like, there's definitely the vibe, right? Like, if you have all day to do the thing, or, you know, a recipe that you love. But I love the Instant Pot for that. For that exact reason. You're like, yeah, this is just easy and tasty. Like, both of those things. All right, stir these onions a little bit. And quick. Easy, tasty, and quick. That was the other one. I'm like, wait, no. They're both easy and tasty. One of them is fast. Yeah, the speed is unmatched. I remember when I first got the Instant Pot, the first thing I did in it, I think, was make an egg loaf. The second thing I did in it, I'm pretty sure, was roast or cook an entire bone-in chicken. Yeah, you gotta broil them though. That's, yeah, for sure. All right. The brown bits are the good part. Like, that's the part that's that caramelized, like, little bit on there is always the best. Alrighty, let's get this off the stove. We're gonna pour this out into the this bowl on the counter here. And then we're going to use this pot again for all the other stuff that goes in here. So, turkey, liquid. Now, I don't need the pot to be, like, completely cleaned and wiped out, but as much of the meat as I can get out of here, I want to do that. Oh wait, this has a handle. I'm like trying to hold it up with my body, but the other Dutch oven, the oblong one, is a lot harder to pour stuff out of. So when I went to high school, we had a principal from Australia, and the school started a rugby team, and one of my friends who was on the student newspaper was interviewing the principal, and he kept trying to get him to say the word oblong, because we were like, how's he going to say it? He's Australian. Anyway, I think about that now when I say the word oblong. Salsa verde with roasted tomatillos and jalapenos sounds good too. Really going all out. Really going all out. But it's great. We're going to, let's see. Let's take a quick words and stream break. It's the top of the hour. I'm between a couple things. And Twitch is telling me that in the next 5 minutes, it's going to run an ad anyway. So let's do it. I'm going to put some stuff from the dish rack away. Then I'm going to be back. So if you're new to the stream, maybe you're lurking, I appreciate you. We're going to run a quick ad on Twitch. It's 3 minutes long. If you're watching on YouTube, link to that in chat. You're not going to get an ad. We're going to put up a game of words on stream, which is on the screen now, and start that. We're going to run an ad. It's 3 minutes long, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Flinks, your folks won't use a cutting board? That's kind of wild. Like what?
Hi.
Oh God.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Flinks, that would drive me bonkers. All right, I'm gonna just continue clearing out the sink here. I might get to wash a couple of these bags. I did put them in here to soak though, so they're at least getting clean. All right, that looks good. That looks good. We got cans over here. Those are good. Okay. Let's see if we can get at least one or two of these bags cleaned out. Last guesses for this round. Get them in. If you're guessing, get them in. All right. We got time for one more. Bing, 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 bing. Two bags. Two bags cleaned. Plus, toss this stuff in the dishwasher. Very good. We are getting there. If you are on Twitch, you're experiencing an ad break. Welcome back. Appreciate your patience. No one likes the ads. I don't like the ads. Twitch likes the ads. Actually, it's not true. I do like the ads. You know, ultimately, I earn a little bit of money off the ads, so I prefer to run them when I want to instead of as pre-rolls, and that helps manage expectations. But anyway, good work. Good work. All right. Close, close, close. Stop. Stop before it starts another game. Stop. Stop. There we go. Okay. We're back. Yes, we're back. All right, let's continue. Let's continue working on these sloppy joes. We're going to do the aromatics and spices now. Flinks, I feel you. I always I hate when I go to any type of like Airbnb or basically anytime I'm cooking somewhere that's not like my own kitchen and the cutting board is like one of those glass cutting boards with the rubber feet. It's so distressing. It's not like distressing in a way where I'm like genuinely upset about it, but it's more like, oh, great. Like if you walk into an Airbnb and you see a glass cutting board, you know that the rest of the stuff in the kitchen is going to be shit. Like it's almost guaranteed to be awful. The whole rest of it. Return the pan to medium-high heat. Add the onion, pepper, garlic. Then you add chili powder, paprika, and salt. and then you add the liquids, then you return the beef. Okay, cool. So welcome in. Land of the city, got a car full of Costco goodies. Hell yes. I love that. I love it. That sounds great. Flink says, and the people who own the place don't cook. You know that's right. You definitely know that's true. Wait, wide? Oh, I was already on that view. I was like, why isn't it changing to that view? Because I was already there. It was already the view that we were viewing. Okay, my family just got home. So if you were here earlier for all those conversations, now we know. Now they'll be back. Now they're here in real life. All right, we have the onion, garlic, pepper. So this needs about 6 to 8 minutes, right? Blinks, the place that I stayed at for TwitchCon last year had the worst kitchen supplies of any place I've ever stayed at. That had any kitchen supplies, I should say that. Hello, we're back. They had, for example, they had a colander. They had 2, but no pot and no pan. You could not boil water except in the coffee maker, which was an electric coffee maker. So it's like, what are you putting in the colander? What's going on there? They had no knives, but a glass cutting board, obviously, a decorative glass cutting board that was sitting on the counter. How do you live? Well, this place was clearly just a rental unit. Like, no one lived there. Like, the TV didn't work either, for that matter, but like, I cared a lot less about that. I was really annoyed because the listing was like Cook's Kitchen. And I was like, okay, cool, that sounds great. Because when I go places like that, I don't often go out to eat because it's like expensive to go out to eat a bunch. So I like to get food and bring it back to the place that I'm staying and just like eat there. And otherwise the whole experience was good, generally speaking, but that was like, oh, weird. And they offered to go buy, they were like, we'll go buy some pots and pans for you. And I was like, please don't. At this point, I don't want that. It was good. Thanks, Callie. How was your time at the office?
Good.
Yeah? Okay.
I had tater tots, chicken, and there's like a banana pudding, which is really good.
Ooh, banana pudding sounds great. That sounds good.
And I have Hank's root beer.
Hank's root beer? Okay. Very nice.
How do you beat the bus right in front of you?
I walked fast. And the bus stops running with its commuter frequency at 9 a.m. Galvin's here. I'm just checking in. I emailed them, or I messaged them through Airbnb and was like, hey, is there like, basically I messaged them, was like, is there something I'm missing? Like, I feel like there's nothing here to cook with. Is there like a cabinet somewhere? Is there like a communal? Because it was in a building that clearly had like 5 other rental units in it. So I was like, maybe they just have it somewhere, or I don't even know. I was like, tell me more. And they were basically like, oh, well, what's there is what we have. And I was like, oh, okay. I usually ask ahead of time. I'm like, and I said, like, I did ask ahead of time for this one. I was like, do y'all have like basic cookware? And whoever is answering the messages you know, they have like a property management company, like whoever was kind of doing the communication was like, yeah, of course we do. You know, whatever you need, blah, blah, blah. And then like I got there and it was literally like 2 colanders. But again, I made do. I went, that's why you check in first and you look at the place and you're like, what's available? And then I went to the store and got a bunch of stuff that I didn't need to like heat or cook or like that I could use in the microwave for. And when I went to the store and I was checking out, the person who was doing the checkout was like, oh, bachelor groceries, nice. And I was like, oh my God, get me out of this experience. It was just funny. So these have been in for a little bit. Just softening up the onion here. 6 to 8 minutes. Yeah, Baker, I mean, I'm pretty sure I had like, they had a fridge, so I had like, you know, a block of cheese and some crackers and a bunch of like fruit. I probably had, I was basically like, I bought ingredients for like a cheese board, which is kind of what I usually do, except often I will buy something that I can like cook, like pasta or like a sauce or something. I'm pretty sure I had like chips and salsa too. So it was they weren't wrong in saying it was like the bachelor groceries, but like I didn't feel the need to like justify any of that. I was just like, haha, thanks. But yeah, I mean, like when you're cooking, when you're eating for yourself and you're literally not cooking, like what else do you get, right? But that was another thing. I was just like, I didn't want to spend any money on going out to eat while I was there. And I'll probably do that again this time around. That's what I usually do when I travel anywhere. I don't go out to eat. I go to the grocery store. I like going to the grocery store. Going to the grocery is fun when you're somewhere new. Earlier this year when I went to Toronto, I like walked through three different grocery stores while I was there just to like look around and see what some of the differences were. And they're not really that different, just the products. I mean, the product lineup is very different. Not very different, but you know, there are notably Canadian things there. Oh, the spoon's broken. Huh. Oh, that's really broken. Okay, cool. I like, when I tapped it on the side of the pot, I heard it had like a different sound to it. All right, this looks pretty good. I think this has been about the right amount of time here. So, I wish more of them would open in the middle of the night. Who knows? I know, right? Like, I agree with you. One of the reasons I love going to Wegmans myself is I can go there at like 8 p.m. Reduce the heat slightly. Add the chili powder, paprika, and salt and cook until fragrant, about 1 minute. It says, okay, we're going to add our dry aromatics. Who's notes? I like going grocery shopping just in general. I think it's a fun thing to do with like other people too. Like friends or, I don't know. Grocery store is a good date spot if you're into that sort of thing. Walk around, talk about food. Time to get rid of that spoon, Phoenix. I know. Oh, Phoenix, your name color in chat reminds me of Take Me Through the Gate, who was in chat earlier, who I did not say hi to, but whose name I saw go by, and now in my brain I'm like, oh, you didn't say hi to them. But maybe they'll be back, and we can do that then. Okay, add the tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard, and stir to combine. Okay, I'm gonna add, let's add the other stuff. Let's add the mustard paste, etc. first, because that I can kind of stir in a little easier like this. So it's like, oh, I gotta get out like the 1 minute before it rains. I feel you. Busy day indeed. Yeah, running errands, like it's like fun. Just going to stores, like shopping. And also it's like, you know, you can there's always like prompts for conversation, right? So we added all the other stuff. Now we're adding the tomato sauce. Okay. So we're adding the crushed tomato sauce. There's 1 can. This interesting. It feels, am I like missing an ingredient here? It feels like I don't need a second can of this. So I got 3 pounds. Okay, 3 pounds of ground meat. I did that. Onion, bell pepper, yup, garlic, chili powder. 1 15-ounce can of tomato paste. Right, okay. Yes, the reason that feels like it's enough is because I just dumped a 28-ounce can in there. So that is enough. In fact, that is as much as you're supposed to use. I'm looking at it, I'm like, that, if I put this second can in here, it's just going to be soup with meat in it. Okay, cool. I didn't also put any of the beef in there yet, but like, we'll get there. Okay, perfect. If the store has free samples, it's even better. That is true. That is true. All right. Let's add the meat. We'll add the meat, and then if I already opened that other can, which is fine because I'm going to use it tomorrow for dinner anyway. But let's stir this in. I'm going to add a little bit from that other can to here because now that I've added the meat, it's now like, oh, it's not that liquidy. Great. Yeah, who knows? You're like getting a real human experience out of someone. As opposed to like going to the movies, which then you like what, discuss the movie and like bleh, boring. Yeah, meeting at a grocery store. Meet at the grocery store, do a little bit of shopping, and if it's cool, you either hang out more or make plans to whatever, and then if it's not cool, then you're just like, great. I at least got groceries out of this and did not waste my time. And I'm not sitting down at an expensive dinner that I have to pay for or have to put money towards. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I added a little bit of this tomato sauce, so we're going to mix that in. And then I'm going to turn the heat up on this just a little bit, and we're going to bring this to simmer. And we'll let this simmer for about 15 minutes. I'm gonna get my potato masher out. We're gonna mash this with a potato masher like the directions say, because it does in fact make a difference. And simmer for 15 minutes, bring the sauce to a simmer, stirring often until thickened. Taste, season, and serve. All right, let's get that potato masher out. The potato masher, you'll remember, we put away under the counter because it is bugging obnoxious to have in your kitchen drawer. And god damn if it's not sticking underneath of the counter where I put it. There it is. Okay. So here we go. Potato masher. You hate eating in front of people? Yeah. I don't obviously, I mean not obviously. I don't generally mind the eating part. It's just if I don't need to. Basically, I don't want to sit down to dinner with somebody and realize after just a very few minutes that their company is not enjoyable in the way that I hoped it would be, and then have to like sit and eat the rest of that meal and then pay for it, like all set. That can be after establishing rapport. Ooh, Right. It's funny. Uh, I was talking to my friend Megan, whose recipe this is, a long time ago when I first started making it, and I was like giving her a hard time at the potato masher, and she was like, "Yeah, I was just trying to find other ways to like use the potato masher." And this actually works really well because you can't really put this in a blender. You know, that would not be great. Then you just have like meat soup. Tell them I do not enjoy their company. I do not enjoy your company. Here is my money for half of the food. I will be getting mine to go. Thank you. I have definitely never done that. But I also, you know, as stated, avoid that scenario entirely. Use your potato masher on meat like that all the time. See, I don't make a lot of ground meat anything. And so when I was reading it, I was like, really? That's odd, but like it really works. This is definitely a lot more uniform in size now as we're getting, you know, as I'm kind of doing this for about a minute or two here. So that's great. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Oops, sorry for bumping. I would never let someone pay for me. Well, I think that's always a personal preference. I generally would never expect, if it had not been assessed or like agreed upon or discussed prior, I mean, not necessarily like a formal discussion, but like, you know, if it came up, I personally would not assume that the other person was planning to pay, but that's my experience. But I'll tell you, if they don't offer, then we're not doing it again. New student, welcome in. Hey, we have a stretch redeem. I saw a stretch redeem earlier. I did not stretch, but we've also we'll do a stretch in just a moment here. We'll do an extra stretch. You secretly pay for the meal? That's wild. I remember one time Gwen's dad is a big like, let's, you know, let me pay anytime we're out and her folks are there. And I remember one time I did that. I like got up and paid, and he was actually like genuinely upset, and so I have not done that again. I continue to let him pay if he is interested in doing so, despite that not being a necessity. Okay, this looks really good. New student, you can call me Lou if you'd like. Lou is my name, so I definitely respond to that. Dad is also okay. Lots of folks use that terminology in chat. It's part of the stream name, so it's not off-putting, but I can understand that might be awkward for some folks. So Lou is great for all nomenclature purposes. All right, let me give this a taste here, and then we're going to set this to simmer and get started on our next thing. So this is good. Let me let's set this a little lower. Set it a little lower, and then I'm going to pop the lid back on this. Not because it needs it, but because of the splattering. Because of all the splattering. Hey, look, it's an ad. Just kidding. It's not an ad. They don't pay me. Don't look. Don't look. I'll call you Lou. I do not mind. That is my name. It is, in fact, my name. And it's what most people call me, both online and in real life. Oh, gosh. Okay, what does that need? What does that need? That has some needs. It doesn't need more tomato. You know, it needs more salt. Because it needs more salt. The tomato sauce is unsalted. I want to put a little more pepper in there, but maybe let's see if we have maple pepper. No. Nope. Oregano. White pepper. Let's grind a little bit of white pepper into there. Raven, nice to meet you too. Raven, I will try to remember that. I generally do well remembering folks, and I know you've been through chat before, so we're already acquainted. I do try to remember folks' names, like real names. Sometimes I don't. But you can always feel free, please, to remind me. Okay. Do we have a kitten up here, Glenn? Am I you gonna hold them up in front of the camera over there?
I think your people would like that.
Okay. Yeah, but we have a kitten that's gonna make an appearance. All right. White pepper looks good. Salt. Let's stir this in, and then we'll make another judgment call, if that's enough. It's probably not in terms of either of those things, but let's see. Bella says, do you still have to make the kittens go poop? No, they are autonomously going to the bathroom. They're also eating now. They're eating solids instead of needing to be bottle fed. So that's also quite nice. Hope to become a regular. It is. We'd be happy to have you. Self-cleaning kittens. Never had homemade sloppy joe system. I think that it's better than the canned. Certainly it's less salty than the canned version. I know the canned versions that I've had are like cloyingly salty. And all of this, like the tomato paste and the crushed tomato that's in here is unsalted. So I'm like, okay, we gotta add some salt here. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. All right. Much better. Okay. We're going to leave this to simmer. And now, if you want to look up and you see kittens, a kitten, this is the moment. There's going to be a cat on stream here. Momentarily. I'll get out of the way. But there he is. They have been named. This is Ash. Sure. I'll take one. Give me one. This is Ash. They all have names that relate to their color. He's like, where did she go? Oh, too much sugar, Bellis. I definitely get that. This is Ash. So Ash, they do grow so fast. Who knows? All three of them could fit in one handful when we first got them. They're all named after their color. So this is Ash. Ash is named because Ash is gray. Ash is gray. The other ones. So this is an Ash. This is an Ash. We're going to do a magic trick. Are you ready? Out goes an Ash, and in goes an Obi. This is Obi. Obi is the orange boy cat. therefore OB, Orange Boy, OB, OBIE. Obi is the most lap cat of all of the cats. He is enjoys sitting on Gwen's lap as she is gaming. But Obi is also... Ash and Obi are the two boy cats. This is Obi. Obi is adventurous to a certain point. Big heavy breath, Obi. Good job. Ow. Okay. This one doesn't like, he doesn't always like being held up like that. And then we have the last one. We have Elsie. LC for Little Calico. LC. Little Calico. Because she is Calico. But Elsie, ELSIE. This is Elsie. So they have all names now that that come along with their color. And yeah, they're quite large. They're quite a bit larger than they were the last time y'all saw them, which was last Tuesday, I believe, maybe last Monday. But this one, this one, okay, hold on. This one is sometimes more inclined to be held like this and wanting to be rubbed. They are, Tatsu. They're eating solid, canned, moist food and going to the bathroom on their own. She has an aura of sophistication. She sure does. She's sort of like, I think she's like the big sister of the group. She sort of like is a bit antagonistic towards the others sometimes, and like also kind of keeps them in line. And she's now looking for ways to escape. Yes, tummy scratches. There we go. Okay. Are you finished? Are you finished being on your tummy? Are you finished? She does have gorgeous eyes. There she is. That is Elsie. All right, hold on. No. There we go. Okay. They are all very adorable. I definitely agree. I'm gonna wash my hands. They are how many weeks old? 5 or 6 now? 5. They'll be 5. It'll be 6 weeks this weekend. So they're still very young. If you were to go to a shelter and look to adopt a cat, you'd probably not see a cat that small. They just this week got off of bottle feeding. So most cats, when you see them in a shelter, are like 8 plus weeks old. So they're still very young. They're much younger than like a lot of shelter animals that you'd see. Because when the shelters get them in and they're younger than that, they foster them out. Which is why we have them. Okay. So this is, I hear this back here simmering. Let's see. Let's set a timer. Let's set a timer for this because I will either forget about it or yeah, I'll probably just forget about it, honestly. So let's set a timer. And so when this goes off, you can watch my face contort in confusion as to why the timer is going off at all. And then someone maybe will remind me that it's for the sloppy Joe. Kittens give me cute aggression. They are great. They are great. Rescued a kitten who was trapped in a car. Could he hear it in the car? Oh my God. How did that even happen? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. And how did it happen? The kitten climbed up in there because it was sheltered and warm. Makes sense. Daisy, get out of there. Get out of there. Daisy. Hey, get out of there. She's got her head in a bag with a loaf of bread in it. I see you. You're not sneaky. No. What? You got caught. You got caught. Just own it. Climbed up in the wheel rims and into the closed engine. Gosh. Well, I'm glad that it got out. I'm glad that that wasn't a larger issue for you. Because certainly that could have been a larger issue. Like, yeah, I could imagine that being a lot worse. I think we could all imagine that being a lot worse. Okay, let's do the foil packet assembly next. That's like the next thing. Because these onions are still cooking. I have them on very low. So they're still just like really, really low. And then is this simmering? It is. Okay. I can like hear it. But it's on so low. I'm surprised that it's actually simmering. It was already a big issue. Yeah, I'd be freaked out. Like, yeah, you want to get that cat to like the vet, emergency vet, get it like checked out. I'm imagining it like the Dawn commercials where it's like covered in oil and you're like cleaning it with like Dawn dish soap. Like the penguins in the Arctic. Simmer, taste, season, and serve. Okay, so we're pretty much finished with the sloppy joe. Not finished, but it's well underway. And I don't need to do anything else with it other than like let it go and then finish it off when it's done. I do need to package it though. So let's put a serving of sloppy joe is basically a little more than a cup. So I'm thinking if I fill like 3 of these, that'll be good for me and Calvin. Because I always like a little bit of extra. And what I do is I make like a sandwich out of it. But then we also get the scoops, like the tortilla chip scoops. So I'll use some of those as well. And then the rest of it I can put in this container. And that can go in the fridge for later consumption. Or Gwen can have that over the weekend. Okay. I also need to pack that tomato sauce, the crushed tomato, because I don't want to keep it in this can overnight. So let's put that away while I'm here. A photo of them screaming. It's one of the most adorable photos. Would have been. That's one of those things where, like, after the fact, you're like, "Oh man, I wish I could like follow up." Like, how do you follow up? You know. Definitely had experiences like that in life where, like, you help someone or something through a situation, and you sort of want to know what their next like couple weeks look like, you know? Wow. Whose knows? That's great. What kind of animals do they foster? Sloppy Joe nachos with the scoops. Yes, exactly. Phoenix, that's, yeah. That would be very good too. Like a whole tray. You could definitely use Sloppy Joes just for like that purpose. The loose meat purpose. Okay, foil packet fish. We're gonna do foil, of course. Parchment paper. Now, I used parchment paper in here because I don't love foil in when you put stuff in the coals, I don't love the food having direct contact with the foil. I prefer there to be like parchment in between there, just because of like, I don't know. I have hesitations around like chemicals from the aluminum foil heating up and leaching into the food with direct contact. So, we're looking at moving 250 miles. Didn't currently have any animals. Right. Yeah, you can't just be like, come on with us. So that totally makes sense. Raymond, I feel like you made a good decision. You made a good decision to be like, this cat needs to be adopted. We had a stretch redeem earlier. I'm gonna do that because I would like to stretch. And I'm like, oh, I forgot. We forgot we had this. Oh, I got 2 nice back cracks. That felt great. Ooh. I remember getting this like Instagram influencers who are like, you know, yoga people or whatever. And I remember the one that like stands out to me in my memory was the one that's like, if you just do this, like every day before bed for like 10 minutes and kind of let your arms flop around, you'll sleep a lot better. You know what? They were right. Meant to be working on videos. Well, good luck with your editing / filming, whichever side of the video you're on, perhaps planning. Oh man, that feels great. Typically dogs and cats, bunnies, various rodents, horses, and large animals. That's cool. It's got to be an interesting job. The fact that you're just like exposed to all sorts of different animals like that. Velas, I am going to freeze the sloppy joes. Yeah, everything's getting frozen. So everything that I'm making today is going in the freezer. We're going to do, whole frozen meals. That's the difference today. That's like the big difference between how I usually do things and how we're doing them this time around. I mean, I would usually freeze the sloppy joe anyway, but I would not usually do either the fish packet, foil packets, or the grilled cheese. I would not do them ahead of time in the way that I'm doing. I never have. So this is a new sort of experience. Planning. Got a video ready to go. That's for a minute away. Well, good luck regardless. Good luck regardless. It is it's good to plan first. Stage everything out. Block it off, that sort of thing. Alley Cat, welcome in. Mrs. Syntax, welcome in. What's the entire prep menu? Great question. Oh. I don't think making grilled cheese ahead of time would be worth it or even doable. How do you defrost your grilled cheese? Good question. I mean, I will let you know. I'm going to freeze them in, I'm going to cook them entirely and then freeze them. And so the goal is to like reheat them. I'm going to take them out of the cooler, let them thaw for like an hour. And then I'm going to put them on the griddle and like re-crisp the bread. We'll see how it goes. That's bold, Bear Rex says. We're trying. I did a very little bit amount of research insofar as oh, hold on. I wanted to cut up some Brussels sprouts for this. I need to cut up carrots too. Wait, am I doing carrots in here? Yeah. Carrots, potatoes, Brussels, peas, herbs. Okay. I also need to get out potatoes. Is that what I'm doing? Brussels, carrots. Yeah. I'm a little bit ahead of myself with the packets here, but that's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a bowl. We're gonna make 2 foil packets. We're gonna get a bowl, and I'm gonna put vegetables into each bowl. And then we'll stop when these are like mostly full, and then we'll put them together. People make breakfast sandwiches, freeze them. So yeah, no, agreed. I think that the soggy bread is what I'm worried about. I did a very little bit of research online and like looked at Reddit and sort of some other websites, and there was a lot of sort of discussion around like ingredients and like what freezes well, that type of thing. So I'm sort of in the camp of I'm just going to try it in a way that I think will work best, and we're going to hopefully have decent enough grilled cheese. The other thing is that where we're going, if those grilled cheeses happen to end up like really bad, or something goes really bad or off with any of these things, not going to be put off for like having dinner later. Like I'm not worried about there not being dinner available. Depending on the heat source, if you have a gentle source, you can put them straight on from frozen. Yeah, and I thought I could either put them on, depending on if I have a fire or not. I may try to like put them, on the grill or something like that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, well, it's the soggy bread, and that is definitely my chief concern, is soggy bread. I mean, the rest of it is going to be fine. Do butter or mayo for the outside? I do mayo. Mayonnaise for the outside of the grilled cheese sandwiches. That is my preferred oil. I feel like butter burns a lot more quickly. Wow, Daisy's over here immediately chiming in. What do we have on the counter? Carrots. That tracks. Okay, so this was a huge carrot. We're just gonna do like 1 carrot for 1 carrot for both of these packets. This was a carrot the size of a baby's arm. That's a technical sizing. So we're gonna do that, and then we'll give a little carrot to Daisy. I think I'm actually gonna cut up. There's another small carrot in here. I'm gonna cut that one up too, because the other 2 are like also big honking carrots. So I don't. Whoa. I don't want to start cutting those, but I'll cut this one. These are the leftover carrots that we had from camping last week. So a lot of leftover stuff that we're using today. Clarified butter. No, just regular butter. Oh, and I hope your toothing went well. All right. Y'all want to give a carrot to Daisy? You want to see Daisy get a little carrot treat? She's over here. She's begging. She's actually not begging that much. She's here, but she's being very good and very present, but very good. And not at all whiny. Not at all whiny. No, not at all whiny. Oh, we should turn the camera on if we want to show Daisy, shouldn't we? Pause. Let's give this a little stir, because I'm over here. Okay. Daisy, go sit. Go sit. Go where you... Oh, now you're starting in. Go where you go. Go. There you go. There she is. There's a Daisy dog. Oh, timer's going. What's the timer for? My Sloppy Joe. All right, we're gonna set up. Hold on. Okay. We'll check the Sloppy Joe in just a second. This is Daisy. If you haven't met Daisy before, Daisy is pit bull. She is going to be 13 this fall. She's going to be 13 this fall. So she's currently 12. And she loves carrots. There. Carrots and pizza crust are her favorite things in the world. Sit. Good girl. Easy. There you go. All right, now we're going to do Daisy's trick. We're working on a trick. You can teach an old dog new tricks. It just takes years. We've been learning how to wait. Okay, sit. Yeah, one more. I got one. You ready? Sit. Wait. Easy. Good girl. Look at that. That was such a good wait. Wow. She did great. Raven asks, what is a Sloppy Joe? A Sloppy Joe is a ground meat sandwich. It is a loose meat tomato sauce. It is a loose meat sandwich with tomato sauce. Generally speaking, you'd make it with ground beef, crushed tomatoes, tomato paste, onion, garlic, red bell pepper, and a little bit of sugar. So dark brown sugar, something like that. There's different variations. I'm making mine with turkey this time. So it is, yeah, it's that. I'll show it to you in a second. It's what's in the Dutch oven on the stove. More like a chili con carne sandwich. I mean, it kind of is, yeah. Loose meat. It is always funny. There she goes. She's done. She knows. Look at her. She's gone. Okay. Is the burger a tight meat? Yeah. Yeah. We can call it a tight meat sandwich. It's see, sometimes when you present options like that, it's like, well, yeah, of course it is, but like, no. It is like a chili con carne sandwich, though. Let's check this because my timer went off. So we should be able to come over here and take a look at the loose meat sandwich. A sausage is definitely tight meat. A sausage would be like the embodiment of a tight meat product. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. It looks steamy. That's what that's supposed to look like. And we're going to give it a little taste. Let's make sure we get some onion on there, a little bit of pepper on there, a little loose meat on there. Give that a shot, see what that needs, if anything. Nope. That's pretty good. Okay. I'm going to let this sit in this pot for a little bit here. Just like let this sit. I'm turning the heat off. So this is completely off now. I'm going to let this sit for a few minutes before I package it. There we go. Yeah, we'll just let that sit for a few minutes. We'll package that in a minute. I've got like other things in progress here, so I don't want to stall. I don't want to stall on this by like moving my stuff here and then packaging that, and you know, not great. I'm going to finish doing these foil packets now. Got some Brussels sprouts. I'm just going to cut these. I'm going to cut these in like quarters and toss those in directly. The other thing that I need to do before I put any of this stuff in the packet is toss it with salt and pepper and a little bit of olive oil. So I'm gonna get the bowl out so that I have a reminder to self to do that. And we're just going to cut these Brussels again in quarters, toss them right on in here. And we're making individual, like I'm just filling a bowl basically for each serving of, for each packet. Trying to cut all the vegetables to like roughly the same size. And I'm trying to make these also like the same size. One of them's for Calvin, one of them's for me. But he eats of this meal. He'll probably eat roughly the same amount of food that I do. So this is a popular meal. All right. Well, it's probably good on the Brussels. A few left in here. I think I could roast these. Again, going back to like not having dinner tonight yet. Looking at the time, 1600. Probably not going to be roasting anything for dinner tonight. I'm probably going to be doing a probably going to be doing leftovers. What else is going in here? Corn and peas? No, I said potatoes. Let's see. Let me toss a couple potatoes in here. Oh, perfect. This is great. I only have a few potatoes. So we're going to do like these. I have literally 3 potatoes in my cabinet. So that makes the decision super easy. We're going to add potatoes to this too, because then I get rid of these potatoes. I'm making corn juice. I'll probably not use the corn juice in this go round. I will, however, put the cobs in my bag in their freezer for stock. So the corn juice will not be going to waste. It's just a deferred usage. We're going to defer to the next time we use the corn cobs. Kathy, hello. Kathy, did I say hi to you earlier? You came through. I saw it on my phone. I don't think I actually said hi, but I did see your name earlier. I know you were here. So that is corn juice is basically just the stuff that is left on the cob after you finish cutting the kernels off. So it's not anything like wild. It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal. It's totally normal. Deli near me has raw Brussels and salad topped with pecorino romano. Yeah. Raw Brussels salad is fantastic. I have a recipe that I really love that is roasted Brussels and raw Brussels with Parmesan and pomegranate orills. So like the seeds, the red seeds from the inside of a pomegranate. It is my favorite potluck salad. I make it constantly during like the fall when there's like a need for foods sometimes, like potluck type foods. And I make it for potlucks because it's what I want to eat when I am at a potluck. I think that's a good rule to remember when you are contributing to a potluck is make something that you want to eat yourself, because you never know what other crap someone's going to bring, and there might not be anything else edible there. So, you know, protect your peace and bring a dish that you know is going to be something you love. For me, that's raw Brussels sprout salad. Raw and roasted Brussels sprout salad. Came in and got a work call and had to leave, which is totally normal. I saw your name in chat, and I don't think I said anything. I was just like, I remember seeing it though. Because Phoenix, in my chat anyway, the one that I'm looking at, has a very similarly colored username, and I was like, wait, I know that color. That color was here earlier. We're going to use fresh corn in this. You can obviously use frozen corn, peas and potatoes, and some herbs and butter is like the classic foil packet dinner. But I have some fresh corn, so we're going to use it. Now I want to go to a potluck, Phoenix says. Yeah, I love a potluck. I'm always down to cook something for a potluck. Okay. This bowl is not going to be big enough to do what I'm trying to do with these. Alrighty. Yes, in here. All right, so this is good. We've got like one bowl per foil packet. That's a lot of vegetables, but like I make big foil packets because when the vegetables cook, they steam, they get smaller. So a big foil packet is totally okay. We got corn, potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and carrots in the foil packets this time. So we're going to get herbs, butter, salt, pepper, and olive oil. And that is going to round out our packet experience. These, as I mentioned, can go in my stock bag. The other ears of corn that are already in there. Cut the ends off here. I always kind of wonder if I should cut these in half lengthwise before adding them to the stock bag. It's kind of like bone marrow. I'm wondering if the inside of the corn cob will give up more flavor or not, with more direct access to the water. Who's to say, really? Well, who's to say? Anyone who's ever tried to do that can probably confirm or deny that that is true. It's getting close to corn season. I'm pretty sure a big bowl of esquites to a potluck. It is, you're right. That's one, a good idea. Two, it is getting very close to corn season, and we're almost in it now. All the corn that I've gotten on the cob so far this spring has been from away. We haven't had any local corn just yet, but we're almost there. It's true. We are almost there. All right, let me get some herbs chopped up here, and then we're going to take a quick little break before we finish making these packets. So just a little housekeeping note. We're going to have an ad that runs on Twitch in just a few minutes here after I'm finished with these herbs. It's 3 minutes long. We're going to play a game of words on stream during that time, and feel free to use that time to get up, take a little stretch yourself, maybe get some water, take care of yourself. So what I'm doing is I'm going to add all these herbs and salt and pepper to a bowl. That metal bowl, this metal bowl. I'm going to toss them all together, and then into the foil packet, I'm going to put a piece of frozen fish. We'll dump all the vegetables on top of it, we'll wrap it up, and we're going to pop it right back in the freezer. So the fish is never going to be unfrozen in this situation. It's just going to be out for a few moments so I can change it from being in a vacuum sealed packet to being in a frozen foil packet. Pretty straightforward. And then we're going to pop those in the freezer, and the next time they come out, we'll get them over a campfire. Liz, thank you for the shout out to A Recipe Reborn, a favorite streamer of mine. I was lurking on Lemon's stream yesterday for about an hour or so. I realized after I stood up and got away from my computer that I had not said hi. But I was lurking. I was nodding along. I was like, yeah, good conversation. And then I was like, wait, shit. I'm terrible about saying hi. I'll be lurking on someone's stream for like 2.5 hours and just never, not once. Especially if I'm watching on if I'm watching it on the TV, like, forget it. I will. The keyboard's not a thing. A nice pork chop marathon. I love a good pork chop marathon. Yeah, I was like, yeah, like I know I was lurking because like I'm like, oh yeah, the tip with the cutting the sides of the pork chop, like, yes. Now I can date exactly when I was lurking too. I lurk on a lot of streams during the daytime, but often I'm just consumed with the inability to converse. Okay, let's a couple sprigs of parsley here for each of these, and then we'll be ready to assemble. Almost ready to assemble. We're almost there. And I'm saving my stems from my herbs so that I can do those in my stock bag as well. I keep saying stock bag. I have a bag in the freezer that's just for like odds and ends, stuff that was generated while cooking that I don't really want to toss in the compost because it's good for lots of stuff, but I'm not using it for the dish that I was making. Same thing with herbs. Like when I usually buy, fresh herbs when I go to the farmer's market. If I have old herbs, like stuff that's not going to be really good for like use in a meal anymore, I probably I toss that in the bag too. So it gets a lot of like odds and ends. When I remember to have a stock bag, it fills up pretty quickly. Sometimes I don't remember and I get annoyed with myself because I'm like, oh, I have been like throwing away this thing for a while. Like just today, I forgot. I threw away the onion tops when I cut them. Lizzie, welcome in. Good to have you. But I'm remembering this time. So here we go. Baker, it's nice when a dish sort of exceeds expectations, but also is surprising. That is a delight on like multiple levels. Okay. I mentioned that we were going to run a 3-minute break when I was finished with the herbs. And we've arrived. We've arrived at that moment. Yes, we have. All right, we're going to play a quick game of Words on Stream. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on the Twitch platform. You don't have to watch it. You can go to YouTube, but here it comes. We'll be right back. Okay, bye. Okay, see you in 3 minutes.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. What do I want to do right now? Okay, this is ready. Sloppy Joe's ready. That's ready. Let's tidy up at the sink real quick. Actually, no. Yes. I'm gonna tidy up at the sink real quick. So say I need to get I froze that beef stew after coming home from camping, and that's in the freezer, but I don't want to take that out just yet. I'm not putting anything in the freezer just yet, so I don't have a need to take that out. I am continuing to add stuff to the sink, so let's get that done first. And we will continue, we're going to continue the bag washing process. I know, everybody's making fun of me for keeping plastic bags, but like, the last time I bought a thing of plastic bags was like 3 years ago. So there. There's some bags that you can't use for certain things anymore. For example, the bag that says muffins on it has holes in it. So you gotta use that for non-liquids. All right, this game, we're coming down to the wire on this one. 3 more words. Last guesses on this first game. First board. How is tarot not a word? Tarot is a word. Sometimes Words on Stream sucks. Sometimes Words on Stream is really frustrating because it's like, no, that's 100% a word. Okay. But I finished with the bags. That's good. This bag is from 2022, it says. Apparently it had gravy in it. I bet you this was from Thanksgiving, when I made a bunch of gravy and then froze it. That's not what was in it when I got it. I think it had fruit in it most recently. Empty the sink here. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate your patience during the ad break. Nobody likes the ads, but we got to get through them because Twitch says you got to run them, and they're going to run them for you if you don't run them. So we try to do them during some breaks when I can also like clean up in the sink a little bit, and it's not going to be in a position when I do that. We got a couple more guesses in this round. We're just about to finish up here. It said I'm currently processing dishes in the sink, getting them into the dishwasher. Try to keep dishes during stream manageable, so that at the end of stream there's not like a pile of crap to get through. That's pretty much the worst. All right. Good stuff. Well, welcome back. And congrats on yet another board. Let's assemble these. That one was pretty good. I like watching them. I'm I'm usually standing at the sink, which is like over here, like this, like looking at the computer over my shoulder to see how it's going. Because I can see it on my phone, but I can't like see the board on my phone. So I can see all the guesses, but not the actual completion percentage. All right, onions are looking great over here. BT dub. They're tasting amazing too. Oh, it's 2? Yeah, you probably have to do it again. There's like a time limit on the command. It's something like a 20-second time limit. So if you got 2 and didn't do the other one, feel free to hit it again. There you go. Okay, we need salt, pepper, olive oil, and butter. Let's see. So let's do like, I need lunch from watching prep. Isn't that right? I know that feeling. You're watching like a food something and you're like, I need a snack. That's me watching YouTube at night. I'm just like watching, street food or whatever. And I'm like, damn, I need that. And then I go upstairs and I'm like, no, I don't have any of that in the kitchen. Because this is not a street food cart. This is in fact a home kitchen. All right, butter, just slicing up everything so that I can just assemble it easily. The butter is 2.5 tablespoons of butter on each packet here. It's a decent amount of butter. Doesn't feel like too much. I know what's probably going to happen is I'm going to like look at it and be like, that's not enough. And then we'll end up slicing more. But for now, we're going to do that. Oh God, Sarah, that's a good one. Can I complain about corn? Yes. Yeah, I can complain about corn. Because I got some complaints about corn. I definitely do have some complaints about corn. One of the things that I hate, one of the things that I hate the most about corn, and this is probably not a controversial opinion, but I hate corn silk. Like no matter what you do, I have a brush, like a literal brush. Okay, I was waiting. Pause. I heard the Mr. Softy song outside, and if I heard it in the kitchen, Calvin, who is directly upstairs from me, I know heard it in his room, and I was waiting for the like footsteps across the floor to come down and ask me for money so he can go get Mr. Softy. Maybe. But yes, so with regard to corn specifically, I hate the corn silk. It gets in your teeth, and I literally have a brush. This brush I bought for the express purpose of corn silk. When you're eating corn on the cob at a picnic or like grilled or out in the world, and it's like the same thing with an apple. It's like one of the worst feelings when you when you feel something get wedged in your tooth and you're like, shit, it's there, and like I immediately want to get it out. So thing number one, that's a thing. Basically, like all of my qualms about corn are the like sticking in your teeth, because popcorn is the other one that I absolutely hate, where the current, like, yeah, popcorn kernels in your teeth is like it keeps me from eating popcorn. Like I will frequently be like, no, I don't want any of that popcorn. Like I'll make it for Gwen and Calvin while they're watching a movie, and then I'll be like, nah, I'm good. I don't want any of that. So that's really annoying. I also like, the other thing that's really annoying about corn is when you buy it in the store and it's sold by the weight.
Mom gave me permission to get this.
What's that?
Mom gave me permission to get this off.
Did mom give you money?
Yeah.
Like I said. Good. I'm glad mom gave permission. I like that he asked mom. That's good. Although he would usually ask mom for stuff like that. Yeah, the other thing is when you sell corn by weight, that gets annoying because it's like, okay, but it has like all this stuff, like, it has a whole ass husk on it. Like, what are we doing here? That I find particularly annoying, especially if they don't give you the option to like husk the corn in the store. Usually when corn is sold, it's sold like by the ear, or like, six for something, a dozen for something else. But occasionally you'll see it sold by weight, and it's like kind of awful. Lemon, you enjoy popcorn too much to say no. See, we were talking about like oral health earlier, right? Really only ever eat it if I'm going to the movies. Yeah. And classic at the movies, right? I like let the popcorn dissolve completely in my mouth. I'm such a weirdo. Like how come it takes you 10 full minutes to eat a handful of popcorn? I'm like, I'll own it. But I've had my worst popcorn experience is I had like my worst like corn experience was when I went to the dentist to get my teeth cleaned one time, and I had like pain up in my gum, and I was like, I had pain up here, and it was a fucking popcorn kernel that had been stuck up there for like months, like literally months. I don't even know how, but it happens to me every time I eat popcorn. It's like I can't eat popcorn, or else I will have something stuck up there that may or may never come down. So I kind of hate that. Generally speaking, corn is wonderful. Popcorn and like corn on the cob, I have trouble. I have like textural, like it's the stuff stuck in your teeth and you can't get it out. Nearly cried looking at popcorn's label. I bet. Yeah, I dissolve it. I just let it sit in my mouth until it's gone. Like a candy. Fudge darling, hello. The whole reason to eat popcorn is the crunch. I mean, also maybe the flavor? I don't know. I don't really like popcorn though. So to be fair, it's like I eat it that way out of like literal self-preservation. As I see it. I'm protecting my peace by not causing myself a multi-month mouth trauma. So yeah. Don't even get me started with that corn. What is the Chicago mix? I'm unfamiliar. 2, 3, 4. So we got frozen flounders. I was going to go to Reading Terminal, and I did go to Reading Terminal this morning, to be fair. I was going to buy fish there today, but as I was doing my freezer clean out last night, I found this flounder. So I was like, great. We're having flounder. Easy enough. What is half caramel corn and half cheese? Oh, okay. I do love that. Like, I love caramel. Caramel corn is like, how do I feel about caramel corn? I feel caramel corn is delicious, and it is definitely like the crunch, right? The crunch is really important. I make I have a caramel corn recipe that I really love too. But again, it's like that shit gets stuck in your teeth, and for me, and I cannot abide. I just can't. I want to floss after every single bite of popcorn. Literally every bite of popcorn, after I take that bite, I'm like, ugh, I need to floss. So that tells you. All right, keep frozen, remove all packaging, then thaw under refrigeration, it says. Great. We're not getting to thawed today. We are just going to be out of here long enough to get a bunch of vegetables poured over it and put right back in the freezer. I've never heard it called Chicago mix, but I will probably think about it forever now in that way. That goes right alongside the positive marketing. That goes right alongside the, like, if you mess something up, just call it Chicago style and keep going. Like if you burn it. All right, fish is on. Let me wash my hands. What'd you got?
I got one for me and one for Mom since she gave me the money.
Okay. Is Mom upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she getting that? Is she having that now?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just curious. I don't know if you... Okay. Okay. I didn't mean to, like, stop you on your charge up the steps. Okay. Did I put salt on this? Yes. Okay, wow. That's it's a lot of vegetables. Okay, I think that's probably too much. Too much vegetables? Not gonna lie. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave it at that, and I'm gonna toss these other vegetables with the same salt, pepper, and olive oil, and maybe we might just roast the rest of these for dinner alongside whatever, like, leftover pizza we have. I think that would probably be a good idea, actually. Yeah, too much. Like, and I say too much, I don't mean like too much to eat. I mean too much for, like, the packet. Like, literally making a packet of that size. She is having it now? Okay. Having it now. Good. What's that? I appreciate that sentiment. If I knew you were going to Mr. Softy, and if I'd have really wanted something, I would have asked. Don't worry. I will take care of myself in asking. Yeah, well, I'm trying to keep this, like, I'm trying to package this up. So it's like a little, I'm gonna wrap it in one layer of foil, or parchment, not foil. Mixed, hello, welcome in. One layer of foil, parchment, stop it. And then we're just gonna do a whole second layer. The only thing that I have to wrap these, like, the same way, so that I know what the top is and what the bottom is. Top is relative. I'm gonna flip these over anyway. Once they're in a packet, it doesn't matter. But, like, opening them at the end is where you really want them to be seated in the right way. You do gotta support the bottom. It's one of my favorite things. It says it on the bottom of the metal, like, aluminum, like, chafing dishes that I have. Reminder, support the bottom. Like, oh. Completing the swine dentistry mix. You've had a day, huh? They are funny literally every time. There's no time where I look at that and don't like tee hee to myself. That is nice. Did you have any was this a special cheese, grilled cheese, or is this a like cheese from the fridge grilled cheese? Does that make sense? When I say like a special cheese grilled cheese, I'm always thinking of like I bought the cheese for the grilled cheese versus like what I had in the fridge. Colby Jack. Okay, so what you had in the fridge. Cool. Those are often the good grilled cheeses, because those are the ones where you're like, oh, I really want a grilled cheese. I hope I have some cheese, and then you do, and you're like, yes. Okay. Speaking of tops, where'd that Sharpie go? I'm going to label this. Now, when we put this in the fire, it's going to change. Change meaning it's going to get burned off, but it will otherwise, I'll remember it at that point. Okay, this is the part where I am like, oh yeah, this is why you wanted to take all of those beef stew containers downstairs, because now they're just in the fridge or in the freezer, taking up room. Dan, thank you for the bits. Holy shit, I appreciate you. Thank you. Always, always. You know, of all the ways that one can support a streamer financially, direct donations and bits are the most effective, because those are the ones that you get the most percentage of. Interestingly enough, they're also the ones that give the person sending them the least amount of like direct reward. So I had to trim tusks. Whoa, what do you trim the tusks with? Like a Dremel tool? A cheese cave? Sure. I mean, like you bought it at the store for the purpose of that grilled cheese that day. I think that was my point. It all comes from the fridge, generally speaking. Unless you have your own wheel of Parmesan at home. An unplanned grilled cheese. Those are the best. Dan, I would love some ice cream. After he came back and I said that, I was like, yeah, I could have eaten ice cream right now. A giggly saw. That sounds funny and also very serious. Pepper, olive oil, salt. Great. Never heard of a giggly saw, and I'm probably not even pronouncing it the right way. All right, got my veggies. Yeah, these are big. These are big packets. These are like definitely going to be enough food. Wilma, welcome in. A garrote, but a saw. Okay, I'm trying to recall what that is now. What a garrote is. Like, what does it look like? Flossing with the string as a saw. Okay. So it's like the piano wire in like the movies, right? Except on a pig and their teeth. Why did I go with piano wire? I also want these packets to be roughly the same thickness so that they cook about the same time, or about the same length of cook time. If you make one really thin, it's not always as nice in the end. which I know from having made these many times. And I do them with the parchment paper on the inside because I don't love aluminum being in contact with my food directly. So I usually wrap them, I do them in parchment, and then we do them in aluminum. And the aluminum can take the heat of the fire, and then the parchment separates the two. Well, you know a garrote from the Percy Jackson series. Okay. No, Americans do not know that word. That's not as common. Also, this is parchment and not aluminum. We've moved on to aluminum. Right? A rope chainsaw. Okay. I have one of those. I have a rope chainsaw, but I would not put it near. I feel like you're probably using something more specific for animal husbandry. Mine is the wood. Oh, okay, Glenn. I gotcha. I don't recall that particular person's weapon in the books, but maybe I didn't read a scene that they fought in. I probably just was too tired to remember. A finer wire meant to cut bone. Right. Yeah. Like the one I have is meant to cut logs. Okay. Our foil packets are ready to go. Now dinner, for at least one night, is literally ready to just toss onto the fire. All right. We're gonna move on. Let's package this Sloppy Joe. Now that we're clear of having stuff on the counter, I'm just gonna get this in a package and off the stove. And then we'll move on to the grilled cheese. Again, I'm caramelizing onion for the grilled cheese, so we're that is still caramelizing on the heat over here. It's just looking delicious and brown and very, very nice. I need to put like a little sprinkle of salt on that. So I didn't salt that earlier. I didn't salt them earlier because I didn't want them to leach all the liquid out too quickly. But now that they've sort of had a chance to cook a little bit, I'll throw some salt on this. All right. And I'm kind of leaving them in the middle of the pan too, because they are otherwise... the pan is on the simmer. It's the largest cast iron pan that I have, sitting on the smallest burner on the stove. So I'm keeping all the onions around the middle as much as possible. All right. These veggies, let me pop over here. And again, we're going to package the Sloppy Joe. So this should be cool enough that I can touch the pot. It is. Give this a stir. I'm going to use the ladle to get this out. Let me give this one last taste to make sure that we're in line with expectations. And I am. Just like the very littlest bit of heat in that. It's like hardly noticeable. But that's good. I don't like the Sloppy Joe to be like super spicy. That's not. I love spicy stuff, but for this purpose, that's not really what I'm looking for. All right, we're gonna get this into some containers and then freeze it. Everything I'm making. Everything I'm making today, yeah, Sloppy Joe, grilled cheese, fish. All three dishes I'm making today are destined for the freezer. So the goal is to freeze as much as possible for this trip, so that again, it all stays, everything stays cold in the cooler, because that's always nice. When you have half of your meals completely frozen, it makes keeping your cooler at a low temp a lot easier. Although there's ice available in the campground in this place, so that's nice too. Yeah, toss those. And then let's actually I'm going to do a couple more of those small containers, because I usually just put it in one big container and then leave it in the fridge. But if I'm going to do like a couple more of these small containers instead, because that'll make portioning it out a little bit easier. Marianne, welcome in. I like putting a can of maple baked beans. Ooh, mixed. That sounds really delicious. I don't really get complicated with the sloppy joes that I make. This is, and not that that's complicated. Like a can of maple baked beans is not complicated to add, but this is such a simple recipe that I use, and I use this same recipe because it always turns out really well and I like it. So I haven't really ever tried to riff on it. I've never actually like thought about what my own perfect version of a sloppy joe would look like, but it'd be pretty close to what I make. So sometimes when you have a good recipe, you just kind of go with it, right? You don't need to like adjust it a ton. Marianne, hello. Did I catch you in our camping stream for your 100th check-in? Or was that before the camping stream? Did I get you already for that one? I don't think I did. But I see that was 101. So there we go. If I didn't catch you, here's some confetti. Thanks for checking in 100 times. That's 100 different streams that you've been here, or at least a bunch, because the ones where you can check in multiple times. But that's cool. We love the check-ins. Flakes, where are you going to camp? We're going to a state park. I'm always I'm a big state park camper. I don't like I like having the amenities of a state park. I also like having a structure of like support while you're there. Folks who are going to respond if you need something, rangers or the camp hosts. So I do like that aspect of the state park the most. But it's pouring now. Well, so if nature told you when you were finished, and now you're done. The bibimbap coconut ginger shrimp soup. Nice. Ooh. That sounds like a lot of different flavors. And all good things. Excuse me. A little extra something in the fibrous beans is nice. That is always a bonus for camping. Yes. Flinks, what is your food truck dream? Thank you again. It does. And time does pass quickly. How's the state parks these days, Lemon? Strained. How are they? They are generally okay. I don't know what percentage of our Pennsylvania state parks get their funding from federal funds versus state funds. But I know that like state parks have stop tossing shit around. I know that state parks generally speaking, in Pennsylvania, are really well supported from the state level. I'll say I've been a couple times this year, and I haven't noticed a difference in folks who are there or like anything kind of that hits my observation or anything. I haven't noticed a difference in anything that has an effect on me or would impact me. I don't know if that means that, like, you know, the person who's working in the office is now like doing mandatory overtime, or, you know, I don't really know exactly how it's impacted them. So I wish I could say, but generally the experience this year has been similar. Have you ever had to call the ranger, Dan? No, I have not. I've seen the rangers lots. I've thought about calling the rangers before, but I've never actually done it. I've had the rangers come into our site before and tell us to keep down, but that's only ever been when I've been camping with my friends. That's never happened when I've been camping with Calvin. There was one time that Calvin was out riding his bike around by himself, and he got stopped by the rangers because it was like an hour before sunset, and he was just somewhere in the park. And that was a little scary for him because it's like, you know, large uniformed men in guns coming up to you and telling you, you know, asking you a bunch of questions. So he was a little bit shook in that scenario. But, you know, generally speaking, I've never like called the rangers to respond to something. I do see them all the time though. I've asked them lots of questions. I've been struggling with neurodivergence for decades. Late assessed for ADHD. Congrats. And autism. Congrats on the assessment. Then I turned home quick skill acquisition into a special interest. I think a lot of folks did. I think a lot of folks who were sort of in that space, that was the response. Spent a lot of time learning recipes and foods from across the Pacific. When I get out of debt, I plan on taking out a business loan to start a food truck. Sounds good. And this is when you can like sort of plan and consider what that means. As you work towards it. That sounds like that would be very exciting. That would be very exciting. It would be a lot of work. It definitely sounds like a lot of work. Do you follow Chef Steve, or do you follow Food Truck King, or any of the food truck streams on Twitch? There are definitely a few, and I bet you those folks would be super happy to answer not all of your questions. Hey, chat, what food trucks and streamers are food truck streamers? Chef Steve 330 is one. Grub truckers. Dan, that's the one I was trying to think of. When I said Food Truck King, I'm conflating Grub Truckers and Donut King. Donut King is a donut shop. There's another one though. I forget. Grub Truckers is in Boise, right? Like they're out there in like Idaho. They're on a college campus, I believe. Yeah, Grub Truckers. Chef Steve, Creme Delish, who's in chat somewhat regularly, is in with Chef Steve on his food truck venture. So there's definitely some streamers that do it and sort of, you know, outfit their truck situation with the whole camera setup, which is pretty cool. We're gonna make grilled cheese. I'm gonna make 3 of them because I always want more than one and less than 2, and Calvin might have more than one, but we'll see. So I'm gonna make 3. We're doing basic just a couple things here. I didn't have, these are not as I referred to earlier, like specialty grilled cheeses, but they're not just ones that I found in the fridge, because The only cheese I had in the fridge was leftover Mexican blend taco cheese, which we are going to use. But I have a couple just slices of cheese that I got from Reading Terminal this morning, and we are taking tomato soup. Yes. Yeah, creme, CREME. He also does with Chef Steve. He does their food truck stream. John and Philly. Cheese, please. But John doesn't Cheese doesn't do like a food truck. He was live the other day doing an IRL stream from Graffiti Pier in Philly, which is really, really cool. I've never actually been there, and I was watching his stream. I was kind of jealous. I was like, man, I want to get down there. A small version of the cutting board. This one is ancient. I don't remember where exactly this one came from, but it is been around the block. Okay, I have a sourdough loaf. It's not a I might make a couple more grilled cheeses than 3 actually, because I'm gonna cut this and then I'm gonna do like half. Like each sandwich is going to be one piece of bread, right? Like one piece cut in half. So maybe we'll do like 4 or 5 sandwiches, because they're not as large as if you use like a regular loaf of bread. So I think that'll be the plan. One. I'm gonna cut these pretty thick. 2. And also they get progressively smaller as you cut towards the outside of the loaf. So 1/2 the bread. Yeah. So like this is going to be 2 slices instead of like one giant ass grilled cheese sandwich. Oh, John, you used to work for a food truck in DC? What was were you on the truck itself? Were you like in the thing, or did you do like back end, like marketing, promotion, prep? It all seems very fun. I imagine like the prep for it is probably the most time intensive aspect. I mean, just following Steve and like seeing what he streams, it's, there's a lot of prep. Everything's about prep. And I do love a good prep. Cook the line. Excellent. Right. So let's get these done up. Yeah, Baker, the prep days they seem wild. I mean, the service is sort of like, it is, it's sort of like automatic. Well, if everything's prepped, should be pretty straightforward. But yeah, he does prep. That's a good one to follow if you're sort of into the idea of a food truck. And even not if you're even into the idea of streaming, just like here's somebody who's doing it live and you can like go see what they're doing. You do have a limited menu. Yeah. There's a reason the Cheesecake Factory doesn't have a food truck. The Cheesecake Factory food truck says Cisco on the side of it. Okay. Bread is good. What else am I going to do on these grilled cheeses? I'm going to do, well, one, let's get some paper out so I can put these on a tray. We're going to make these nice. I'm going to do pear, caramelized onion, and then a little bit of that leftover fig jam that we had from the pizza 2 weeks ago. Okay. No, we'll do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Okay, and then I will have room for another one because we're going to. Let's start prepping here. One pear. Pears are on the counter. Pears are on the counter. Yep. Pear. Fig jam. Cheese. So we got Mexican cheese blend. And then where did my other cheese go? There it is. Perfect. Uncommon, welcome in. So, what do we need to cut? We need to cut the pear. Let's cut the pear up first. Uncommon, we are doing a bit of a camping, another camping trip prep. So we're doing a couple things. I made, packaged, and stashed already some Sloppy Joe mix. I have made, packaged, and froze packets, like the foil packets. I didn't make them completely. Meaning I did not cook the fish. There was some concern in chat about whether or not I was going to cook the foil packets and then freeze them. I did not. I just assembled. And then right now I'm in the process of making some grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm going to cook them completely, start to finish. We're going to let them cool off on a wire rack, and then they'll be ready. I'm going to reheat them at the campsite over on the griddle, or however makes sense in that moment. Maybe by the fire, maybe on the grill. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll try several different ways and see which one works best for the sake of science. I'm cutting up some pears. So that's like 1, 2, 2.5. Yeah, loose meat. The loose meat sandwich. Always a classic. What's your favorite type of loose meat sandwich? Mine is probably a Sloppy Joe. For many, where I live, it would be a cheesesteak. Come to Sloppy Joe's, where the morals, women, and meat are as loose as they can be. Sounds like a terrible thing. Sounds like it's in Florida somewhere, if I'm being honest. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do one more little bit of pear. One more little pear here. And I can eat the other piece because I won't need it. Yay! I love a pear. These are... What kind of pears are these? I don't even remember. I took a picture of the sign so that I could remember what they were. I need to look at my phone and see what they are, because I forget. I think they're D'Anjou pears. Yes, red D'Anjou pears, soft, juicy flesh with a mild flavor, sourced from Washington State. Okay. Pears are good. Fig. Let's get this caramelized onion. So this is ready to go. After all that, there is about a cup of onion in this pan, and that's it. Not all that much. I want to mayo the bread. And then we'll figure out the cheese situation. Well, let's get some mayonnaise on the bread first. I mentioned earlier a question about mayonnaise or butter. I'm a mayonnaise person on the bread. I like a little layer of mayo. I think it helps it fry really nicely. And also, it doesn't burn. Like, I feel like when I use butter, it burns really quickly. And the mayo does not. The mayo seems to have a much higher tolerance for heat. So we use that instead. It is science indeed. All right. A little bit of mayo, and I'm only putting it on one side of the bread. So what I do is I assemble, kind of lather up the bread, assemble the sandwiches. I heat them in the oven for just a little bit. Reminder, turn on the oven. And melt, like do basically like a par melting of the cheese. And then I put them on the griddle only to really brown and toast the bread. So by the time they hit the griddle, I want the cheese to be like pretty much melted. Because otherwise what happens is if you just try to use the griddle to do everything, you have to keep them on really low heat that way. And usually you have to put like a top on them, some sort of like lid or dome, so that the heat stays in and melts the cheese. Otherwise they just get like burnt on the outside, and then the inside is the cheese is still like solid and unmelted. So I like to par melt them. Reminder, oven on, check the oven's empty. The oven is empty. Okay. So we lathered up all of these breads. Let me give a little slice here. I'm going to slice those directly in half, as opposed to indirectly in half, which is not a thing that you could do. We're going to save these tops over here. And these, the inside of the bread does not get mayonnaise on it. So we're going to put these mayo side down on the tray and start building our grilled cheeses on here. So basically, let's see, what do we got? Cheese, pears, jam, onions. The caramelized onions, there's a lot of onion, but not a lot of, like, I think this was 3 whole onions that have reduced down to basically very little. So I don't know how much of this I'm going to use. I may end up just slicing up another onion, because that's all we got left out of that whole thing of onions I put in there. That's the only thing that's left. And they're quite good. Right, so the oven is on. Let's turn this griddle. I'm gonna get this griddle on and like start to get that slightly warmed up. And then we'll just toss the sandwiches on there when we're ready. All right, griddle is on. We have ready to assemble. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. It's just after the top of the hour. We're gonna play a game of Words on Stream. We're going to process some more of the dishes forever that are in the sink. And then we'll be back. To assemble and make completely grilled cheese sandwiches. Sound good? I hope. Okay, for those of you who are unfamiliar, we do a game of Words on Stream while we're running a 3-minute ad on Twitch. You don't have to participate for sure. You can just hang out, but just be aware if you're watching on Twitch that you're going to get an ad. It will be 3 minutes long. If you don't want to get an ad, you can switch over to YouTube and listen to me ramble for about 3 minutes. But otherwise, we'll be right back. And we're going to make some sandwiches. Okay. All right. Okay. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials.
I am going to put stuff away. Let's put some stuff away. And continue emptying the sink out. Done a really good job today keeping the sink clear. Or not clear, but like yeah, clear. Not everything in here is clean, but it is all, the sink itself is empty. A few things in the dish pan, but only a few. I might have enough time during this break to wash this Dutch oven. It'd be amazing. I think I will. Because right now there's nothing in the sink, so why not? Let's do it. Whoa! God damn, y'all! That was impressive. That was a huge win. That one should count. That one should count for 2. It doesn't, but it should. Right. God, the Dutch oven is clean. Usually at the end of stream, that's like the last thing to get cleaned. I am impressed with myself. Yes, I am. Let's wash the knives too. The big pots and the knives are always like the last things to get washed. Usually there's a bunch of stuff in the sink, but with an empty sink, I like to do those first and then dry them and get them out of the way. Okay. We assemble these grilled cheeses. What are we going to do for dinner? Dinner needs to be something. We'll figure out dinner here in a moment. I do think we're just going to end up doing some, I'm just going to do some roasted vegetables and leftover pizza. Dee-dee-dee. Hey, that was excellent, y'all. Absolute, just like words on stream dominance today. And quietly, too. Like, very quietly. Consistent boards. Consistent closing. Closing them. Good job. Oh, right. Let's make some grilled cheese, shall we? I literally cleaned and put away some stuff. That's incredible. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a layer of. I was such a weirdo at the store. I was like, "Can I get 4 pieces of each kind of each of these 3 kinds of cheese?" And they were like, "Sure." So I literally have like individual pieces of cheddar, provolone, and Swiss. I thought I was going to make 4 sandwiches, and I was like, let me get 4 pieces of each of those. What else have we prepped today? We have prepped, we did the Sloppy Joe. That's totally done. And in the fridge at the moment. I didn't put it in the freezer yet. I need to put the beef stew from the freezer into the other. I need to move some stuff out of this freezer before I can put more stuff in the other freezer. Anyway, we prepped that, so that's done. We did the fish in the foil. So we did Brussels sprouts and carrots, corn and potatoes, along with some flounder, pieces of flounder, and herbs in a foil packet, along with olive oil and salt and pepper. And then I've been back there caramelizing some onion, so that's done and ready to go. So that's what we've kind of made today, or done so far. The rest of the, I did a little bit of prep ahead of time today. I portioned out some oatmeal. I portioned out some pancake mix. And that's kind of it. But I've been taking my time today. Today's been a really easy day. Today's been a very slow day. You know, you're a parent when you comment on the quiet. I know. If your house doesn't have any noise in it, someone's up to some shit. I love that you're tearing the cheese to fit the bread. You gotta tear the cheese to fit the bread. That's what makes it fun. I don't like having the overhang either. The cheese hangs over the edge of the bread and then it just falls on the griddle and melts, and it's kind of crappy, you know? Bread cheese, the cheese has very high melting points, you can kind of use it as bread. From Aldi? I can't wait. Fellas, there's an Aldi opening in Philly that is going to be accessible to me on the bus line, and I'm super excited. I keep walking by it and going by it and being like, when? Bread cheese feels like a TikTok thing. It feels like that came out of some sort of meme. But yeah, I'm sure it has another name. It's probably some technical name or some actual thing, but bread cheese sounds good. I understand that Aldi is a very different store, or is a different vibe than most American grocery stores, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what that actually means in practice. Like the cottage cheese wrap. How do you wrap anything in cottage cheese? I don't get that. That's odd. What? No. That pear slice was too thick. How to get rid of it? I'm going to put the fig jam, I'm going to spread the fig jam on the other side of the bread. That's what we'll do. I'm like, where am I going to put this in? That's what we'll do. Cheese crackers, not to be confused with cheese crackers. You mix the cheese with an egg, so the egg adds some body to it. Interesting. I'm curious about this because I kind of want to. Now that Aldi is coming, we'll have access to these things. Bread cheese, or thing in Swedish, Finnish, is a type of Finnish fresh cheese often made with cow's milk in the United States. It's characterized by a toasted crust that resembles bread and has soft, buttery texture and mild, slightly salty flavor. Cheese is typically baked or grilled, holds up to its shape when heated, but doesn't melt like some other cheeses. Is it halloumi? Are we just talking about halloumi cheese? Because that sounds very similar to what halloumi is. Just in general, that's kind of what that, it has big halloumi type energy. Names in that description. So it's not halloumi, but it's a similar hard, firm textured cheese that doesn't hold up, or it doesn't melt very well. And halloumi does not melt. Yeah, you can just grill it. It's great. It's a really delicious cheese. Grilled halloumi is I've only had it a few times, but it's one of those things that's like memorable. Like, oh man, that was so good. All right, we're going for it with these grilled cheeses, I'm telling you, because this is all something that I would generally do at camp, like on the picnic table. So when I say I'm trying to like save time and it be more efficient, like I really mean it. I'm hoping that this is I'm hoping that this sort of comes out okay in the end. I did use all of those onions here. And let's get all this stuff off the tray. Pop that. So we're going to put a little bit more cheese on top of here, and then we're going to melt this in the oven for like 5 to 10 minutes until the cheese looks really melty and is starting to droop. And then we'll add the top, the lid. I was going to say the lid. It's not a lid. We'll add the top on and fry it on the griddle, which is currently over on the stove preheating. So I'm going to add, actually, before I add the last little bit of cheese, I'm going to add another sprinkle of loose cheese. Again, this is the end of the bags of Mexican cheese that I used for the camp. Not the most recent camp out, which was last week, but the week before that. This will be 3 weeks in a row of going camping. All different stuff too. Once was with Calvin's friends from school, once was with y'all, and then this next one will be just Calvin and I. Just Calvin and I is the most normal of those camping trips. That's the one that happens the most frequently. Second bag of Mexican cheese we will continue to use as leftovers in the future. But now I'm adding just a piece of Swiss cheese as sort of like the topper. Looks like bomb grilled cheese. I hope so. It sounded good to me. I was thinking, like, what can I use that's already in the house? And I started with the idea of like using the fig jam. And I was like, oh, I'll just get like a pear, fig jam, pear. We'll use the cheese that I have. We'll get like some extra cheese because just like loose mixed cheese is not always, doesn't always make the best grilled cheese. But we're going to, I'm gonna try it. And I had onions, so, all right, I've got 2 slices of Swiss cheese left. So let's just add like another little teeny bit on the top of each of these. And I'm gonna eat the last piece of the last piece, because why not? Lizzie says, I don't know why I never think of putting these in the oven. It is it's just one idea. I started putting them in the oven. I don't remember why. I may have read it somewhere, but I remember my motivation was that what happens with the grilled cheese is exactly what I said earlier, that some of them don't melt. When you try to cook them just on the griddle, if your heat is too high, they burn and then they don't actually melt. And then if your heat is really low, they melt, but then the sort of the exterior melts faster and they end up getting like real droopy and kind of awful. George Went actually played normal and cheers. Actually, well, I actually know who that is. R.I.P. George Went. I feel proud of myself just for knowing who that is. Okay, let's get these tops fig jammed up. By the time we're finished fig jamming those, we should have melted cheese. Let me wash my hands real quick. Once we're finished making these grilled cheese, then we're going to figure out what's for dinner tonight. I have some thoughts about what could be for dinner. But we're going to dig around in the fridge for just a few minutes and see what we can find, because I want to try to use up some stuff that's in there. I don't know all of what's actually there to use up versus like what is sort of just condiments. Yeah. I cleaned the fridge out last night, like a lot, so I know that there's not as much in there. I do think we're going to do, I'm going to cut up some more of those. I have some more carrots in there, and the rest of those Brussels, I'm going to cut those up and we're going to roast those. And then we'll probably do, let's see, we'll probably do that, plus maybe some leftover pizza, just something simple. I'm trying to not keep it that complicated. I'm gonna put the parchment paper down so that I can sit these out. I don't want to sit them on the cutting board with the mayo side down, because then the cutting board gets all the oil. Excuse me, I have hiccups now. It's from that cheese that I just ate. The cutting board gets all the oil on it and it stains the board. So we don't want that. All right. Let's stir this fig jam a little bit so it's a little more liquidy. And we're just going to get this, a little bit of this on each piece of grilled cheese here. And again, we're going to cook these completely. So you could, I'm imagining you could also par cook these in the way that I'm doing, where if I was going to prep, so I'm thinking about it like this, if I was going to prep these to serve like the same day, but I didn't want to like make them individually, I would do what I'm doing now up to the point where I pull them out of the oven right now, or in a few moments. That way I have these grilled cheeses where the cheese is like melted already, but the bread is not yet toasted. And I would just make as many of those as I needed. And then when it came time to cook, I would turn the oven on and do, I would turn the oven on to like a warm temperature, like 150, 170, whatever the lowest temperature you can get your oven to. And then I would just cook them on the stove. And as I finished them, I would pop them and put them off in the oven, pop them off and put them in the oven. Thoughts on jelly donuts? I found a recipe for jelly donut focaccia and it looks pretty damn good. Ooh. Thoughts on jelly donuts? Tough one. Not tough. Personal thoughts on jelly donuts? No, thank you. I'm not a huge fan of jelly. I like jelly, but I like a thin layer of jelly. The jelly donut, like the mouthful of jelly, I'm not into the mouthful of jelly. I would like a jelly, like glazed donut. Like, I don't want the filling necessarily, but like, I'm not put off by jelly in general. I also haven't had one in so long. Like, I haven't had a jelly donut in 15 plus years. I always get a Boston cream donut. If I want a filled donut, I get a Boston cream. Blueberry uncommon. Yeah, blueberry fritters. Sofa, blueberry fritters, yes. Blueberry fritters are top. Blueberry cake donuts are like just below. Slightly below. Okay, so the grilled cheeses are looking good. This is where we're at right now. So the Swiss on top is melted. The Swiss on the side, the cheese on the side is starting to melt. So we're gonna give these like maybe one more minute. I'm gonna get them out. I'm gonna press the tops onto them and let them kind of meld together for just a few moments, and then we'll fry them. Okay. Dinner though. We got Brussels and carrots. I've got pesto. Okay, we're gonna take. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take some of this pesto. We're gonna mix it with those vegetables. We're gonna have roasted pesto, roasted vegetables, and left over pizza. Pesto, roasted vegetables, and leftover pizza. Liz, an apple fritter focaccia is the combination of two things that I love with my entire being. Broccoli, your Boston cream is your favorite donut. Would you consider an apple fritter? Would you consider fritters donuts? Because if they are, then I would say an apple fritter is probably my favorite donut. Amazing. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate, man, I love the recipes channel on Discord. I just love looking at the stuff in there. It actually is inspiring to look at it. And I particularly like the recipes channel in Discord because it's things that y'all have posted that are not just, I mean, they are random recipes from the internet, but they're random recipes that like you found, not that came across my feed randomly. And there's a big difference. I did see this savory Dutch baby recipe. And yeah, Dutch babies are the I'm now like, I should just make a savory Dutch baby for dinner tonight. I could do it in the big cast iron. Whenever I make a Dutch baby, I make one in the big cast iron, and then I make one in the normal size cast iron. And it's always kind of funny. Okay, so we're gonna press this down a little bit. We're gonna get as much of the bread touching the cheese as possible. A pesto veggie Dutch baby. The Dutch baby recipe that I usually make is from the New York Times. I think it's the Melissa Clark recipe. I've been making the same recipe for a long time. No bake cookies? Are those like the ones that are rolled? Like you sort of, they're like molasses, sugar, like molasses being like the binder. Okay. Let's go here. And let me make some adjustments. Sorry about the camera movement here. Question for chat. I'm going to ask you which view you prefer. Do you prefer this overhead view of the griddle where you see the whole thing? Or do you prefer as the main camera view, right? So we're talking about like the main view, like this is going to stay right here. Or do you prefer this where it's sort of like sideways? I kind of like this better if I'm being honest. B. Sideways. Okay. We'll leave it at that then. Because yeah, this is a little, you'll be able to see like the melty side of the sandwich more. Okay, cool. And you'll also be able to see the other stuff like on the stove. So this is a good angle. Okay. This is fine. Oh shit, that's hot. That girdle is hot. Can you even imagine? Okay, yeah, this is quite hot right now. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit in each one. Oof, yeah, my fingertips. I like touched right here and it, ooh, just a little bit. Hold on, there's like some hair on here. Give the surface of this a quick wipe off. Ew. Okay, that's good. Let's get these on the grill. And I don't, oh, the oven is on. Okay. All right, stop talking and just do it. All right, here we go. The other thing too, when I put these on, I like to flip them so that the part that was up on the the lid with the fig jam is now on the bottom. Because the cheese was melting in the other direction before, I like to kind of have it be upside down. And yeah, these are already kind of sticking together, which is great. Jordy, welcome. And then this one we're going to put in the middle, even though the middle of the griddle is not very hot because it's in the middle. Yeah, I thought the side view of these might be interesting because like they're going to melt, and we're going to melt them very slowly. The griddle itself is at a 2, so I'm adjusting it now to be a little bit higher. These didn't sizzle as much as I thought they were going to when I put them on, so I'm kind of adjusting the griddle just a little higher, and I'm shaking off my paper here. Shaking off the paper. Oh my. What just happened? Wait, what the hell just happened? Pork Marshmallow, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Happy spring. Happy spring. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Hello. Do you have a favorite cheese for your grilled cheese sandwiches? I'm always curious. Liz, thank you for the gift sub too. Liz, that number is not correct. I don't know why the bot doesn't think you've ever gifted a sub here before. Munster, yeah. Hell yeah. Sub and Bickle met today. Amazing. That was amazing. Thank you. Pork, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Go follow Pork Marshmallow, y'all. And we were talking about food trucks earlier. Pork does not a food truck, but a bar, which is like the wildest thing to see. And no, this is no shade against our amazing moderators on this channel. But if you've ever wanted to know what really aggressive need for moderation looks like, check Pork stream out, because sometimes there's some folks who make comments and it's a great community to hang out in. And you would think maybe that because it's at a bar, it's going to be lots of shitty commentary and whatever, but no, it's not. It's really not. It's totally on the up. And you also play bingo, which is super cool. I love your bingo functionality, by the way. Apple of my grilled cheese. What you didn't ask, Fudge Darling. I did ask. I did say what's your favorite cheese. What's your favorite topping? We have pears on this one. Best to do a combo. Yeah, a combo, totally. This one has provolone and Swiss, cheddar, and then whatever is in Mexican cheese blend. I don't know. I was told when I was moderating YouTube the other day that Diddy should essay me, so that was fun. No, yeah, exactly. You kind of got to take when you're moderating any chat. It's there's just the worst people sometimes. I'm sorry that happened. That's just, people are just fucking rude. Yeah, the things people are saying out loud, comfortable saying out loud on the internet, are really, truly wild sometimes. I did mayo the outer bread. That is true. I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. And let me grab my spatula. Where did I put that? This is going to be a problem. Where did I put the spatula? Oh, it's in the pot over here on the other side. Which one of these did I put on first? I think this one. I don't remember. Yeah, so that's looking good. We're almost there on the outside of that. definitely going to be there on the outside of that one pretty quick, pretty soon here, maybe another minute or two. And then these, I imagine, to be just about the same. Yep. I'm going to rotate these a little bit because the inside is where the flame is. And then that one, yep, that one is good. Again, we're going to rotate that and then give these another minute or two. This one's probably not brown at all. Yep. It's just a little bit. This one is in the middle. There's no flame in the middle of the griddle, so there's no, there's no flame there. So there's no, no direct heat. Please, YouTube, I can't. With a bunch of children yelling Forsaken and Chicken Jockey. I don't get the Chicken Jockey thing, but I do know it's from the Minecraft movie. Jordy, you finally tried crumble? Amazing. The crispy bread. The crispy breads, you gotta have a grilled cheese. And we're melting these really slowly, so. Liz, it does make a huge difference. And it's always interesting. I always love a very active chat. Because you get to see a lot, and especially in a bar environment where you're watching people in a bar and there's like, you don't want you could create an atmosphere of like making fun of the people in the bar, right? Or like making crappy comments about them. Look at their face, look at their clothes, look at their hair. What are they talking about? Doesn't that look whatever? Meh. Their drink order, who knows? But that doesn't happen there, which I love. Like it's a good. It feels like you're hanging out somewhere, but you're not. You're in a safe place. Peter Matthews, welcome in. I'm doing great. I'm doing really great. We're walking. We're walking back over to the stove. We're making some grilled cheese today. These are not grilled cheese for today. These are grilled cheese for later in the week. But we're making them today. And we're gonna freeze them. Oh, Jesus, that was hot too. We're gonna freeze them, and I'm gonna try my best to reheat them over the fire. Liz, good luck with your errands. I'm gonna take this griddle with me because we're also gonna be doing like pancake. We're gonna be doing pancakes, and for the sausage and onions, pancakes we'll do on there, and then the grilled cheese. So I'll have the griddle at least. So basically right now I'm just crisping the outside of this bread, and that's what's happening. The cheese is relatively melted, and so we're slowly heating these so that they finish melting, and then toast the bread, and then we're going to pop them right back on this tray here and freeze them. While I'm doing that though, I need a place in, like a literal place in the freezer to put these. So I need to move some things so that I have space for things. I said we're going to do some leftover pizza, so we'll that out. Let's put this, and then this, and then we're going to do some like fridge Jenga here, as we just are starved for space. There's a reason I completely emptied out the freezer last night and made sure to let's see, beef stew stock. Okay, so I want beef stew here. I need that's gonna fall. Okay, I need a place for a flat tray. That's what I'm trying to do here, is get room for a flat tray and several containers of Sloppy Joe. Okay, be right back. Finishing that thought. All right, they look really good on the top side. Cyborg says, my ideal grilled cheese. 3 pieces of bread, cheddar, and caramelized onion between the first 2. Then lettuce, tomato, and pickle between the other 2, mayo and all. Ooh, so you basically do like a sandwich. You do like a whole sandwich, and then you add like a whole second sandwich underneath of it. Because I'm assuming you don't grill the tomato and lettuce, that in this version that I'm imagining, you are grilling the grilled cheese, and then you're adding the layer with the tomato and lettuce after the fact. That's my guess, and that sounds amazing. Uncommon, yeah, I wouldn't want hot lettuce either. That's the thing I was trying to be conscious of in this particular dish, was that I didn't want anything like a lettuce. I intentionally did not add lettuce or tomato to these because it was like, they're not going to reheat. Grilled only briefly. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, in this view, you can also see Daisy too. There she is. She's coming around again. Once we're done with these, we're going to put these on a wire rack to cool. The wire rack will be so that I can, so that they don't steam underneath. Yeah, this one's looking perfect. That is good. We got a nice on that side, looking pretty good on that side. So this is just another like maybe minute, 2 minutes. This one's finished. Good, melted. That's done. Let's check this deal on. This one's also finished. I'm just going to give them like a little bit of a press when they're on the tray here to help them stick together. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that one. That's fantastic. They look great now. What are they going to look like in a few days? Who's to say? We'll find out though. I've been thinking about doing this specific grilled cheese process for a little while. Okay, I'm going to turn this back burner off, and we're going to leave this one on, because this is the sandwich from the middle of the tray. And it's not as grilled as the others. So we're going to give this one a little bit of a chance to grill slightly longer. It's getting there though. Okay. The other thing I'm going to prep some vegetables for dinner, because I'm just going to toss some stuff in the fridge or oven. The oven's on. Let me bump the oven up to 375. And then we're going to grill. Yeah, like I said, we're going to grill some vegetables and throw some leftover pizza in the oven. Ham and tomato grilled cheese. Yes. What's the name of that? Ham and cheese and a croissant. Is that a Monte Cristo? I'm trying to remember the actual, like, there's a name for that, like the one with like sliced ham on it. I forgot. While I'm waiting for that last grilled cheese here, I'm gonna get out. So I meant to make caramelized onion for the sausage and peppers, and I did, but I didn't cut up quite enough onion. So instead of doing caramelized onion for my sausage sandwich, we're just going to do fried onion, and we'll fry it with the sausage. Joe, welcome in. Good to have you. Good to have you. We are working on some prep. Just about finished the prep portion of stream. We're moving on to the let's make dinner portion of the stream. So we've prepped quite a bit today. I'm very happy with everything that's been prepped so far. And The only thing I'm nervous about is the grilled cheese and whether or not that ends up being good when it's reheated or not. Who's to say? All right, this is looking good. We'll give that another minute or so. Another maybe 2 on this side, and then we'll be good. Fried ham and cheese sandwich often made with brioche. That's right. Been dipped in an egg batter and pan fried. Hell yeah. I would not say no to that. So I'm doing like, this is just more prep that I'm doing right now. I'm gonna cut up an onion and put that in just a container. I'm not gonna try to caramelize this today. I'm not gonna fry this or anything today. I'm just gonna fry this alongside with the sausages. I got andouille sausages instead of like hot dogs, so we're gonna do sausage and peppers. Who's Knows says, I feel like I rarely hear people consider salads. I think it would be relatively easy to prep and bring ingredients along. It totally is. And they also, because they don't need to be like frozen, right? You just need to have it kind of cool. They're good if you have, they're good to keep in the cooler. You can keep a salad in the cooler for a lot longer than you can keep like a piece of meat that needs to stay in a specific temperature. Okay, this one looks great. Ow, damn it. Again. All right, we're gonna let these sit right here. Actually, no, I'm not gonna let these sit right here because if I let them sit right here, we're gonna end up putting them, they're gonna end up staying hot because the oven is on. So I'm gonna sit these grilled cheeses over here. All I want is for them to cool down just a little bit. We're gonna put them in the freezer shortly. Speaking of the freezer, let's get our sloppy joe in here. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. That would be bad because what happens there is this could fit down here. 1, 2. They were too close to the edge of that front shelf, and if they're like touching the door, when the door, if the thing filled with liquid moves when you open the door because the door touched it, you should put the thing filled with liquid somewhere else. I think that is the rule. I don't make them. I just try to follow them when they make sense. Okay, and then the pizza can stay in there. Okay, y'all, thank you for the hype train. I see that we had a hype train, a level 2 hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the bits today. We hit our bit goal and our sub goal today, which is kind of amazing. I don't always hit the bit and the sub goal. They're pretty easy to hit, generally speaking, but it's always nice when we actually do. If you don't mind roughing it a bit, you could even eat out of a said plastic bag. I've done it. Totally, fellows. Okay, remember just a few days ago when we were all camping and I was like, oh man, I brought this salad for dinner, but like I'm not gonna eat that, whatever. You know what I did at like 11:30 that night? I took that dressing, I just emptied it into the container and I ate the whole thing because I was like, oh my god, my body needs some roughage after all that stew. So there is definitely a precedent for salads while camping, and I'm a big fan. I was like, I said I wasn't going to do this. I wasn't going to eat this, blah, blah, blah. But I was like looking at it and I was like, I'm not going to bring this home. Why not? So I did. Okay. Like I said earlier, we're just going to go ahead and roast the rest of these vegetables because, a couple reasons. I have nothing else that I'm doing with these carrots this week. Dinner time plans tomorrow, and we're going to stream again tomorrow. Dinner time plans tomorrow do not include carrots. Dinner time plans tomorrow are chicken parm. So we're going to make some chicken parm with breaded filleted chicken breast, pounded thin and battered with breadcrumbs and panko, bit of homemade tomato sauce, and some spaghetti. We may have a small salad, we may not. Depends on the vibe. Depends also on what is available when I go to the store tomorrow to get tomato sauce and spaghetti noodles. Gwen's birthday is Thursday this week, so this is sort of like a little birthday dinner. Way more important than the dinner is the fact that there will be ice cream cake later, though. So, like, let's not bury the lead / the most important part. We could probably have rice with butter for dinner. As long as there was ice cream cake, it would be fine. I'm pretty sure we could have rice for dinner anyway, any day, and that would also be fine. Who's knows? So sometimes they eat lettuce with dressing, right? I mean, the what I had over the past week, and what I had also on Friday night when I got home, was just literally just arugula and spinach with a bit of vinegar, balsamic vinegar, and olive oil, and not anything else. And it was real good. Hey, Daisy's here. Daisy is sniffing around because she knows that we just cut up carrots for the second time on stream today, and she is kind of curious about whether or not she's gonna get some more carrots. What do you think? Should we give Daisy some more carrots? No, get out of there. I'll tell you what, she's got her face in the compost bin. Phoenix says, if I'm going to do a grilled cheese, the highest standard, I go all in. I take 2 slices of brioche with Gruyere and aged Gouda, both amazing cheeses. Mayo on the outside, yes. When it's partway through cooking, dust each side with grated Parmesan and Asiago. Oh, okay. So you do like the flip. You like flip it and then do like a Frico style like cheese on the bread. A bowl of bourbon bacon jam and slices of tomato. Sounds fantastic, honestly. Tent needs to be seasoned. It's supposed to get wet. Right. Right. That makes sense to me. A crispy cheese coating sounds great. Make them taste bad. Have I ever taken Daisy camping? Nope. And I would not. I have absolutely no interest in taking her camping. I have interest in taking her camping insofar as like if I had an animal that wasn't fully committed to being neurotic around all noises, I would love to have that happen. But she's way too anxious and way too high key to be out in that environment. She'd have to be on a leash, which she doesn't always love, or a tie out. She doesn't always love like that sort of like, I mean, it would be noisy. She's a great social dog. She's great on a leash. I'll say that. If you go, I can walk her through a crowd of people and she is fine. She gets weird when she's like left to sort of do her own thing. Okay. You want to see Daisy? Dog on screen. Dog on screen. There's me. Oh yeah, you can hear her now. Okay, back it up. Good girl. Look at her sitting with her feet out to the side. No, you're so frantic. What do you got in your mouth? What's in your mouth? Oh, that's just your lip. Her lip was all curled up. Here, easy. Best girl. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Okay. Do you want to try some tricks? You want to try a trick, right? No, no. There you go. That's good. Easy. Okay, now we're going to do... Yes? Good, good. Good job. Oh, when you give me a paw, you fall over. You're slipping on the floor. I know. You're very excited. There you go. Easy. Look at her giving a paw. Okay. Last one. No. Wait. Easy. Good girl, Daisy. Incredible. Great weight. What a good weight. Back in just in time. Wash my hands here real quick. Yeah, there she is. She's okay. And this is where I give her the hands. We're gonna say, all gone. All gone. Yeah, I don't have anything else for you. It's all gone. It's all gone, baby girl. That's it. That's it for the carrots. I know. I really don't. I really don't have anything else. That's all gone. I know. Okay. And she's off. That's it. She knows. Once it's over, she's like, I'm out of here. We're good. Thanks for nothing. All right. Let's get these veggie tables in the oven. When I get these in the oven, I want to go through my box. I have a camping box. So the last little bit of prep that I want to do is prep my kitchen box, because we've had a couple trips in a row now, and I haven't really done much triage in there. I think I would like to do that. So while these roast, I'm going to get the camping box out on this counter. I'm going to take a look through it. Not just to look through it. We're going to go through it and make sure everything that I need is actually in there and in good working order. All right, so we're going to do pesto on these vegetables because I have leftover pesto from the pizzas the other week. So we're going to mix these with some pesto. This is a use it up meal. And do I have anything else in here that I can mix these with? No. Alfredo sauce? No. No. Definitively no. Herbs? Nah. All good. Apples? Nope. Okay. I think we're good. That's good. We'll stick with the pesto. So we're just gonna roast. There's like 4 potatoes in here too. This is such a mishmash of like random shit, which is great. Frozen bananas. You know what you should do with those, who's knows? You should put them directly from your freezer into a blender or a food processor, and you should make banana whip out of them. Watch me whip and watch me nay. Banana whip would be amazing. That's what I keep frozen bananas on hand for, is banana whip. I have Cool Whip too. Yeah, and so you could put a little bit of both in there, and that would probably be really good. Banana whip's always good. It's great when you augment it with something too. Ooh, cheesecake pudding. Okay, we're really getting into it here. Banana. So you could make the pudding. You could whip the bananas and add that directly to the pudding. I don't know if that would. I'm sure it would still set. cheesecake pudding, though. Holy shit. That sounds indulgent. Okay, we have some pesto vegetables on a tray. We got salt in here. We got pepper in here. All right, just a nice big tray of roasted vegetables. Perfect. Just what the family loves. Just kidding. We fucking hate it. They're like, more mac and cheese, please. Okay, we're going to pop these in the oven. And let's put a timer on there, because if I don't, I am 100% going to forget that those are in there. What kind of timer do we put on there? Maybe 15. Let's just start with 20 minutes. Oven's at 375, so I'd love a giant tray of roasted vegetables. Like, me too. That's definitely directly in my wheelhouse. I'm wondering if I want to do something that's not. I'm thinking Liz had mentioned or had put that savory Dutch baby in Discord. I'm wondering if that might be worth trying. Dutch baby usually has a lot of sugar in it. I feel like this one has cheese. All right, hold on. Let me take a look. I'm just looking real quick here. I got flour, salt, pepper. Yeah, cheddar cheese. You need cheese, and I don't have shredded cheddar cheese for this one. Okay, honestly, I think we're just gonna go with the pizza. Because I have the pizza and it requires no additional effort, which is really important. The no additional effort part is the very important aspect. Okay. But in the oven, still need these. Okay. Couple things. I'm gonna get these should be cool enough now that I think I could probably pop these in the freezer. Yeah, I'm gonna pop these. I'm gonna pop these in the freezer. They're still crispy on the underside, which was the goal. That's why I put them on the wire rack. So we're gonna just keep them on the wire rack and pop these in the freezer. I'm gonna freeze them as they are, so I'm not gonna wrap them just yet, because they're still a little bit warm, and if I wrap these, they're still gonna steam a little bit. But they're cool enough now. They're cool enough. I can pop them in there, and they should freeze. They should freeze relatively quickly. But they're sandwiches, after all. They're not kind of airy inside. They're not that thick. And then the pizza, I guess let's put the pizza in the fridge for now. I'm gonna cook it in a few moments, so why bother? I could put the pizza. Let's put the pizza on a sheet tray. Let's put the pizza on a sheet pan. That way I can put it in the oven. Just put it in the oven, and it'll be a little bit thawed. I'm not going to cook all the pizza. We have gotten pizza delivery, and I still have a couple slices of the pizza that I made in there. So we're going to do like a slice or two each, and then the rest of dinner will be roasted vegetables. This feels very much like a dinner that your parents made for you. Parent meaning me. Made for you when you were a kid, when they're just like, fuck, this kid's got to eat some vegetables today, huh? Okay, fine. You just like throw a couple vegetables on a sheet pan and you're like, all right, I guess pizza's okay with that. So that is definitely where we're at in general in this moment. Okay, perfect. So yeah, everyone can have some pizza. Let's see if I can get one more slice on this tray. God damn it. Jenga, Jenga, pizza Jenga, pizza Jenga. Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Mystery Mayhem, thank you for your resub. A Prime resub. Love a Prime resub. There's a thing on screen right about here. It's a crown. You can click it, and that'll get you a Prime sub of your own. Thank you for the sub. I will take Daddy Bezos' money any day. Yeah, who knows? I think that the putting in the banana into the blender, 100%. Although I'd probably add whatever liquid the pudding called for too. Otherwise, it's going to get probably too thick. Phoenix, I think the Phoenix, your advice is kind of where my head was at. Make the pudding, then blend with the banana. Banana whip and a batch of pumpkin whip. Sounds great. Graham crackers or Nilla wafers. Yeah, and there's really no substitute for those either. You can't be like, we don't have any graham crackers. Well, how about saltines? Doesn't work. Nova, welcome in. It's great. How's your Tuesday going? Vela says, I always like vegetables, to be honest. I just like them better when they're roasted. I like them better when they're honest, too. Those goddamn lying vegetables will get you every time. Just kidding. I know what you were saying. I also like vegetables, and I do prefer them roasted. Fig Newtons. Oh, God. I had a Fig Newton on stream the other day. I had a Fig Newton while we were camping. I did, and it was good. It was quite good. Where's this last little slice of pizza? We'll stuff you in there for later. Alrighty. Here's what we're gonna do. We have an ad that's gonna run 2 minutes and 20 some seconds from now. So we're gonna run that. We're gonna do 3 minutes worth of that. So if you're on Twitch, a little heads up, you're going to get an ad here in a moment. If you don't want an ad and you want to instead listen to me ramble during that time, maybe you're not a subscriber for whatever reason, you can go over to YouTube and subscribe there. I'd actually love it if you do that anyway, regardless of whether or not you're going to watch there. YouTube subscriptions definitely help. They're helping get towards monetization status on YouTube. But we'll be back in just a few moments. For those of y'all who are newer to the stream, perhaps you are here for the first time and lurking. One, follows are silent. So if you're like, hey, that's me. I like to follow, but I don't really want to be perceived. Great. You know what? Me neither, and I get it. So follows are always silent. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages, and I will not say hi. If you follow, I will not say hi to you. I won't even acknowledge it until you say something in chat. So thing number one. Thing number two, we play Words in stream during that time, and we run 3 minutes of ads. So we're going to do that now, and then we'll be back. When we come back, we're going to get the box, the cooking box for the campsite out. Take that out on the counter, like do a little look at it and make sure everything is there and what I'm expecting to be there is actually there. So I haven't checked up on it in a couple trips. And then we're gonna check on the vegetables and then we're gonna have dinner. So that's what's coming up next. That's what's to expect. So here we go. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Here comes a game of words on stream. Who knows? There are far worse reasons to start a stream. Just the space to rant into the void. We love it. All right, here comes an ad. We'll be right back. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I
Okay,
Hate.
let's continue processing stuff in this thing. You know, at the end of every break that we've had so far on stream, with the exception of when I intentionally left some bags in here, I have cleared the sink, as in it's empty. The dishpan still has stuff in it. It's like ready to be washed, but the actual sink is empty, which is great. I even did some dishes during the stream, so maybe we can continue that trend too. We'll see. Probably not, but you know. All right. Into the dishwasher you go, and you. This is actually finished. This Dutch oven is clean and dry. We're going to put the Dutch oven back where it goes. Or at least back where it has been since I borrowed it from Drew. Where it goes is at my friend's house. Because it's his. Where it lives is over here on the counter. Hey, wow. I heard it. I heard it. Congratulations. Okay. Looking good. Oh, you know, this spatula is... I can just use this for the vegetables. Gotta clean it, but I don't need to do that. Not yet, anyway. What I should do is clean these 2 cast iron pans, but I believe we've run out of time. Or at least run out of time to appropriately clean a cast iron pan. I do have time to wash a single knife. I'm looking at these letters and all I'm seeing is the RHO, like Real Housewives of, and trying to figure out which Housewives show is actually the right one. For the letters that we have. There isn't one, I don't think, but sigh. Well, if you're watching on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Ads are awful. We all agree. If you are still here and hearing my voice, that means that you persevered through 3 whole minutes of advertising targeted at you and your specific wants and desires as Amazon sees them. So hopefully it was relevant for you, because if not, that's good. If your ads aren't relevant, that's good. That means you're poisoning the data that they're getting. Anyway, fridge is open. That was weird. Hey, there we are. D. Well, a good showing. A good showing. Was that not a board? I thought that was. Because I heard the thing, but maybe it was just the end of the thing. 17 of 18. Damn. Okay. I thought for sure. Anyway, we'll get there next time. That's not the right camera. There we go. Lissy says, my ads are never relevant. They give me an online casino ads constantly, and they've never once done that. Well, I'm assuming they're probably just like throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. I don't know. I use Turbo, Twitch Turbo, which is just like, you know, a flat cost a month, and I don't ever get any ads on Twitch. And so for me, Twitch is my like primary entertainment platform. So I am okay paying for Turbo, because I'm just like, I hate sitting through, I hate pre-rolls. I hate pre-roll ads more than anything else. There's a reason that I don't have pre-rolls on the channel. I can't stand them. Sophie says, I'm always getting French ads. Like, I'm not on that side of Canada, right? They're like, Canadian. I don't know, I was going to say, do you speak French in French? But then I realized as I started speaking, I don't know how to say that. So when in doubt, they give you casino ads if they have a little data on you. This is true. And Velas, I love the autocorrect on that one. That was perfect. It was perfect. I'm happy to support streamers by dealing with ads, but I would love some variety. That's reasonable. If you do have Twitch, and God, I'm not trying to turn this into an ad for Twitch Turbo, because like, whatever. But you do get some, when you have viewers in your stream who are Twitch Turbo subscribers and you run ads, it gives you a portion, it like pays you for that viewer. So you do get a little bit. The only pre-rolls I want are the ones filled with weed. Me too. Same. This is so silly. I just realized the other day that when I get a pre-roll from a certain, the one place that I get pre-rolls from, the white ones are sativas and the black ones are indicas. They like come in a tube, and I had no idea. And it's more than the ads pay. Yeah, mystery. And I don't generally like make that association. When I see someone in chat, I'm not like, oh, you're a Prime subscriber. Like, I know you can use the little icons, but I don't always make that association. I just run the ads. I hate pre-rolls, and I've kind of gotten into a rhythm when I'm in the kitchen of doing like dishes or like a little bit of like kitchen admin for 3 minutes while they run, and then we don't have pre-rolls for the next hour. When I'm doing IRL streams, I turn them off and we do pre-rolls, because in an IRL stream, I feel like you're less likely. I know for myself, I'm less likely to see that there's an ad running at all, and I'll just talk over it or whatever. Like, I won't accommodate for it within the production. Whereas in the kitchen, it's a little easier. I can see more of chat. Chat's just not on my phone. I have like the command center, you know? It is not evident mystery. I did not know that. Velas, you get a lot of fast food ads, watch a lot of cooking streamers. Right. And I really do fast food, which I believe. I don't remember the last time I got fast food, but I'm probably going to get Burger King this week. Because that's when Calvin and I travel somewhere to go camping, more than an hour, more than like a close drive, we usually get fast food like that night. And it's rare. Like, we rarely get fast food in general. Wait, that's dirty. This goes over here. Okay. So we got some roasted veggies happening. Let's take a look at those. What do we got left on the timer? I got a minute left on the timer. I forget how long the timer was for. So, parlez-vous français? En français? Right. That's all I know. Do you speak French? How do you say, I do not? Right, fellas. We talked about this the other day, how it is definitely a luxury. Right. Like it's easier. It would be way better, way cheaper to just go to the grocery store and get like hot dogs and rolls or something quick with the same level of nutritional density. I would consider Chipotle or Qdoba fast food. Yeah. That's, what do we call it? What do they call this now? Fast casual? Still fast. Je ne parle français. Yes, yeah, that's the important one for me because je ne parle français. At least ads give you an audio button where you can mute them. I know there's another ad format that was basically going to like slide this whole thing over and have like a muted video sort of next to the thing. I saw Zach Bussey did a write-up and like video of it the other day. But certainly we collectively, those of us on Twitch, are going to experience a significant uptick in advertising. I don't think that that's any I don't think there's any question about that. You'd think that you of all people would use the turbo. Fair. But I mean, again, it's like, where do you put your money? You know, what do you prioritize with that money? Like, I get that turbo is more expensive than subscribing to a streamer's channel directly. And it's also not cheap. It's like $13 a month or something. Like, it's basically like a Netflix subscription. But again, like, I don't watch I don't watch all those things. So, voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Oh yeah. I don't know what that means. That is a song, catchy song. I need to watch Schitt's Creek though. I've heard, as I've been told. As I have been told. The 20-minute timer just popped off, so let's check these vegetables. They're most certainly not finished yet, but we will know more in a moment. Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Oh, that's what that means? Okay. Well, the French are very direct. Oui? I don't know. Yeah, Mystery, I also, I'm with you. I also sort of bounce around all over Twitch. I love watching newer streamers. I was saying this to someone the other day, but one of my favorite things, I look up a lot of, there's some websites out there, I think it's twitchmetrics.com, where you can see like the fastest growing streamers in a specific category over a specific period of time. And I like looking at that metric because usually in food and drink, there's like a bunch of folks who are like the known entities at the top, right? So like the folks that are the fastest growing in food and drink are like the largest streamers in the category by virtue of like, you know, you have a lot of exposure, so more people follow you. Anyway, I should note that follows are silent. There's no alerts when you follow here. If you're lurking and like, hey, I'm not following, you should hit the follow button. You can do that for free. But the other thing with that is often the fastest growing food and drink streamers are new food and drink streamers, because like when you first start, often you'll get like an influx of people. You'll get like a couple raids or something, like other people from the food and drink community will find you and start following you. So you get sort of like this little immediate bump. As at least that I've observed over the past couple years, that this happens with a lot of new food and drink streamers. You'll go from like 0 to 20 or 30 followers in like a week or so, because people sort of like, you know, you stream twice and then you get rated and blah, blah, blah. So all that is to say, often the folks who are the fastest growing on the Twitch metrics site are new. And so I love looking at that and being like, oh, who on here do I not follow? That's like, you know, just got 20 some, 30 some followers last week because they're new. So that's super fun. And that's how I find that is often how I find new food and drink streamers, because a lot of the time I'm not like watching when they're live. I like will go in, I'll see that they were broadcasting, I'll like look at their videos or their VODs and be like, oh cool, I like your vibe. Whether or not I like their vibe, I follow them anyway. If they're a food and drink streamer, like automatic follow. Automatic. As long as there's a C chair involved. Call back. We love it. Schitt's Creek Supremacy. I've been told multiple times that I need to watch Schitt's Creek. I am not unaware of this show. I almost had that thought myself recently, that I was like, I should watch Schitt's Creek. Mish, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Speaking of food and drink streamers, Mish, fellow food and drink streamer, fantastically organized human being. Mish, welcome. Good to see you. And thank you for the shout out, Soflove. We love a good shout out. Please go follow. Belly Flops, welcome in. Good to have you. Good evening. For what it's worth, Tessois means shut up. Okay. I will try not to say that to any French folks that I know. Heads up, Kuzno says, you're probably about 30 minutes out from your mic dying. Hey, that's very true. You know what's wild? I used this mic when we were camping and I didn't recharge it. So it's actually, you're right. According to my base station, it's moments away. Why don't we switch that now? Hopefully the other one's charged. Kendra says, one of my favorite authors just friended me on Facebook. How did they know? Did you message them? That's intriguing. I know I should watch Schitt's Creek. It's on the list of things that I will probably start watching at some point, as a sort of end of my TV watching day, if that makes sense. Like, oh, I'm just sitting on the couch, it's like 10 p.m. Let me put on a show for 30 minutes. Mish, I'm doing pretty well, generally speaking, despite gestures broadly, all of this, this meaning the world. Generally, I'm well. I hope you're doing good. Happy spring. Happy May 20th. Let's get that camping box out. So I put those vegetables in for just another couple minutes. We're going to get the box here out. I actually have some things I want to add to this box. So let's see if we can do a little bit of organizing here. So this is all part of the prep that generally happens. I basically have a checklist. And this is one of them. Liz, welcome back. Liz, we have vegetables in the oven. They're roasting for dinner. We have pizza on a sheet pan that's thawing, that is ready to go in the oven for dinner. Oh, you know what I need to do? Before I put the pizza in the oven, I need to run the crust under a little bit of water. I know that sounds like, what are you, the hell are you talking about? The thing with the crust when you reheat pizza in the oven is that it gets super dry. The crust is better reheated in the microwave. Honestly, the actual pizza better reheated in the oven. The thing that you can do is run the crust of the pizza that's still frozen under a little bit of tap water, just like bread. When you reheat like a loaf of bread, and it works wonders to get the crust fluffy again and not solid. So not solid is what we're going for. Okay, so this is basically, this is the camping box. So we have a box that I use for everything. So I have 3 different boxes. One of them is for food, desserts, I have marshmallows in there. I have hot chocolate in there. I have cans of fruit for the cobbler. I have cake mix also for cobbler. Zach Bussy, did you... Were you lurking? Welcome. One, y'all go follow Zach. Thing number one, go follow Zach. And thing number two, go subscribe to his newsletter. Zach's like the authority on like Twitch news. Go subscribe to the newsletter. The newsletter and is worth it. It's worth it. Very good. But Zach, I literally mentioned you like 5 minutes ago when we were talking about Twitch ad formats. And I was like, oh, this is something that I saw Zach talk about. Like, we were talking about native ad formats. Anyway, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you are very well. No, sorry. This is the wrong camera. Aspect Cooking, as your cover art suggests. Oh my God. Yo, they changed. Okay, sorry. This was something I wanted to complain about today and I forgot. They changed the friggin' food and drink channel card and it looked not great before. And then it still doesn't look so great. They turned it from some weird like thing. They turned it from some like weird AI chef to like a rack of ribs from like the fucking 50s. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't know what it should be. I don't know what it would be. I'm just complaining. I'm just complaining. All I'm doing is complaining. I'm not providing any solutions here. But it sucks. And I hate it. It's celery and jello. Oh, see, is this some AI generated thing? Are we like, I didn't really look at it. I didn't blow it up. I didn't like zoom in. This is me pinching and zooming. I didn't do that. And it looked awful just from the sight of it. And I was like, ugh, I'm not going to spend any more seconds on this. It is AI. Of course it is. Fuck, I hate that. I hate it so much. Well, next time someone from Twitch asks for my opinion, I will certainly share it. They're not going to. They might. But, like, probably not. Anyway, my timer just went off for my vegetables again. I should check those again. Oh, this feels really weird. I have my clogs on, and like I have the action strap on somehow on one of them, but not the other. I was just about to have some jello and celery for dinner. Yeah, I know, right? Me too, right? Dimitri, welcome in. Makers and crafting looks fine. I only saw the one. I saw it when I was updating the stream title, and I was like, what the hell is that? Or updating the category, because before I was in IRL. Previously it was set to IRL, so I changed it and I was like, oh, what am I thought I was looking at the wrong thing for a moment, and I was like, nope, that's right, but it's not good. The ASMR one, what is the ASMR one? They must have changed these in the past couple days, right? Like maybe it was today, but like maybe not. I don't recall. I didn't look at the category names recently. Something has a pot and fire. Yeah, I like literally a picture of a pot on the stove. Like, yeah, the AI stuff is I just hate it so much. Like, you have so many people on this platform who do graphic designers. Like, watch, I'm gonna manifest it. Graphic designers. Hey, is there a graphic designer in chat? Anybody able to do some graphics? Maybe like a category card for Twitch? Probably. I googled aspects, saw the term meat jelly, and nope, the fuck out of there. Who's there says, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Zach's complaining about all of them. Yeah, they're not good. They're not good. I don't know what to say. literal category of artists. I know. I'm unhappy with them, generally speaking. And I've only seen the food and drink one, but I know that the rest of them are terrible because how could they not be? Really, truly, how could they not be? All right, did I put those vegetables back in? No, I didn't. I left them on the stove. They didn't change the IRL category though. Okay, literally grass. I mean, the IRL one's like appropriate. Of all this country's weird foods over history, aspic is one of the weirdest. No, I agree with you. Stuff suspended in Jello is like not a good look. They would have to pay somebody. Whose knows? Now you nailed it. That is accurate. They would indeed have to pay somebody. They'd have to pay them for the rights for it. This is why, like, sometimes like emotes just go away, like global emotes. Travel and outdoors, Dimitri. It did used to be called travel and outdoors. I like the IRL designation. I mean, I use it myself. If it was travel and outdoors, I would not complain though. It's still the same. I know personally the content that I contribute to that category would also be appropriately called travel and outdoors, mostly outdoors because I'm literally outside. Yeah, Phoenix, right. The preservation of foods, of course, but like hot dogs and gelatin, what? No. Raleigh Flop says, I used to do graphic design in high school and I thought it would be good since I just started streaming, but nope. Everything has changed now. Graphic design, everything has gone out the window. Yeah, it's a lot of like noise now. I feel like it's interesting. I mean, I remember even back in 2012 to 2015, like that era of graphic design, like everything looked exactly the same too. Now I think it's just it's like very chaotic. I'm not a designer, so like, you know, don't listen to me as an authority about any of this crap. Honestly, I just know what I observe. Okay, here's some additional stuff that I wanted to add to my kit today. I do like I don't do any design. I can create like all the graphics for this channel, not the emotes, but all of the like stuff. I don't even know what that means. Like anything that you see that's like a graphic coming out of my social channels or in this thing, like I've done myself. But mainly it's like, you know, a photo with like a couple overlays or like stuff on it. It's nothing like wild, you know, nothing comprehensive in that, you know, anyone who, you know, basically like what I do is what anyone with Canva and an hour of time can do. Yeah, who's knows? Can we get AI to fold laundry, right? Instead of like, I don't want AI to do art. I want AI to do the now work tasks. Can excess produce the bink of the lid vacuum broccoli? I know exactly what sound you're talking about, and that is super satisfying. A fancy tablet. Oh yeah, the ones I've seen those before. They do look great. My era belly flops. Yeah, there was like, and so you probably know what I'm saying, where there's sort of like narrow lines, that type of thing. I don't even know how to describe it. I used to work in that era of my life. I worked at an agency that did like social channels, managed people's social stuff and design and stuff like that, and so like I was really into it at that point, but I'm not anymore. Love to learn how to draw emotes. It is certainly useful. I did not create the emotes for this channel. I did use a graphic designer to do those emotes. They were from Philadelphia and I paid them. I have Procreate on my iPad and could whip something up. Totally. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. I'm in like you know, farther advanced than I am. I have Canva on my laptop, and I use that for literally everything. Okay, so we are emptying out a box. So I'm just emptying this at this point. I'm not like adding to it. This is parchment paper, and that can go in a different box. That can go with the desserts, because that would get used if I was using, if I was doing like banana whip or something like that. Okay, so here we are. This is our like camping outlay. This is all the stuff that I use for food prep. Let's take the bottom out of this box. This has like a maybe I'll take the bottom out of here. Hey kids, don't use a butter knife to pry things up. It's a bad idea. You could hurt yourself. Well, I might not actually be able to get this damn thing up. It might be stuck down here. You know what? I can't get this up. Shit. Okay. Well, let's just take this. I was gonna take that and like dump it off, but I'm just gonna take the whole box over to this thing. Dump it out that way. There we go. Plunger Joe. I know. Yeah, something would work. They're clipped in here though, like on the sides here. There's little clips. So this bottom here. Oh, hold on. I know how to do this. I think we got it. We got it. Nope. Too narrow. How do we get through? Nope. Okay, we're gonna go. There we go. I got it. I forgot that the bottom of these is actually is not. I know what I'm doing. The bottom of these is not solid. The bottom of these crates is you can put your hands through them. Porous. That's the word I'm searching for. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so this is just like a bottom that you can, it's like a, you know, aftermarket, not aftermarket, it's a thing. So you clip that back in. Great. Great. Okay. Canva's the only thing I have any clue how to use. MS Paint, uncommon. I've spent a long time in MS Paint too. So I feel you. One of my cats thinks he wants my ginger snaps. Nice. Ginger snopes. That's not, no, that doesn't work. Okay, so this is annoying. The only thing that's annoying about that, this particular setup, these bowls, this is like a lot of space. There's like a ton. This takes up so much space. So I think we're gonna put the bowls in a different crate at this point. Because I want to have, so we have kind of starting with this thing. So I got one big pot. Butter knife from tall shelves. Yeah, I feel that. You're just like, come on, you're pulling it towards you. We got a big pot here. Inside the pot is trivet. So if I need to sit something hot on the wood of the picnic table, we got that. Inside the pot also is a bowl, just like a prep bowl. If I need more, like this is sort of just the largest of the bowls that I have, the plastic bowls. I have a whole bunch that are like nested, but this one is the largest one. And I really only ever use one, at most two, during camp stuff. So if I need another bowl, I can always just use a paper bowl, because I always bring a couple paper bowls. Into here, we're going to add, these were not in the kit currently. These were in my old kitchen kit, and I found that I needed them the other recently. I have a regular full-size cup measure and a half cup measure, as well as a teaspoon and tablespoon. So from here, if I need like a half teaspoon, I can estimate. If I need like a half, you know, a third of a cup, I can do that And generally speaking, I was like, oh, maybe I'll just bring the cup and the tablespoon. But like, if I'm bringing the cup measure, the half cup just kind of fits inside of it. So why not? They do snap together. They're all the handles clipped together. I forget where I got this. Probably Target, if I'm being honest. What does it say on the bottom? Room Essentials. So yeah, this is probably a Target acquisition from forever ago. So those are going to go inside of there too. Also inside of the pot is this. This is a hot handle for a Dutch oven. So, or not Dutch oven, for a frying pan, cast iron pan. So this is sort of a universal hot handle for your cast iron pan. Liz, Room Essentials is a Target brand. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I got all this. These are probably about 6 years old at this point. Okay, anything else that can go inside of here? No, not really. I put this thing in here. This is just a pan scraper for the griddle and the Dutch oven and the cast iron pan. So a good, like, sturdy pan scraper goes in there. And then this all sits just like this. The handles on the handles on this pot fold up, so you can use it. You can lift it. This pot is great too because the lid has, you can hold it like this, and it has these little thumb holders here, and you can cook pasta in here and you don't need a colander. You just hold it like that and sort of pour it out and hold the lid on, and everything comes out these little holes. But the handles fold down for when you're storing it, so that they're not sticking out from the side. So this thing is a set. This comes with another pot that nests inside of it, and then a frying pan that sits on top. I don't bring either one of those because I don't really use them. That is the largest thing in this bin. We have some plates. These are just literally for eating. This, basically, it's usually just Calvin and I. So 4 plates is 2 meals worth of eating. If we have dinner and breakfast, that means if we have dinner, if I have 4 plates, that means I don't have to wash dishes before breakfast. If I only have 2 plates, it means I do. So we do 4 plates. Same reason with 4 bowls. Same reasoning. And these, annoyingly, are just too tall to sit vertically in the box. So we put those upside down over the pot. Next in, I have 2 crappy plastic cutting boards. These are not ideal. I don't love using those, but like if I need an additional cutting board, I will use them. 2 wooden utensils. They're both bamboo. This one I need a new one. This one is cracked just like the one on my stove. This one's fine. So this is kind of 2 multi-purpose sort of spatulas. I also have this spatula. This is a bit of a heavy duty piece that's mainly for the griddle. So this is very flat and you can like scrape the griddle with it very well. So whenever I'm cleaning it, I don't need like the metal spatula to do that. I can scrape it with this. This is basically just for scraping the griddle. I've also got this big spoon, generally useful for anything that you need a big spoon for. I don't have a ladle. I often want a ladle while I'm camping, like when we were camping last week and I wanted a ladle for soup. But this spoon holds enough that, a couple scoops with this is fine. And also it is a better shape than a ladle. It doesn't take up all the space. This spatula, this is a fish, it's kind of a flexible fish spatula. The reason this is in the camping kit is because I hate this spatula and I would not use it at home. But it is a good one. I don't ever lift anything heavier than this, and this has a good width to it. Like I can put a whole grilled cheese sandwich on there and it will stay up. So this is a good spatula. In general, I just like it's the weird shape. This whole situation, the like offsetness of it, I find to be annoying. The classic. This gets used the most out of anything in this whole kit that's not the cast iron pan. Tongs. Now they lock here, but I also have a little Velcro strap on them to keep them shut, because often when they're moving around in the kitchen box, they unlock. So easy. And then the last thing, this is new this season, not the having a knife, but this particular knife. My friend Drew, I got this from him. So the last time we did a knife sharpening stream, I sharpened this knife on stream. This is just a general chef knife, 8-inch chef knife. It's a little, yeah, it's just kind of a general purpose knife. I have another knife in this kit. I have a paring knife as well, just like a small crappy paring knife. I rarely use this. This one mainly gets used for like breakfast stuff. If I'm slicing strawberries or something like that for breakfast, I'll use that. But as far as utensils go, like that's the cooking utensil. All of the cooking stuff. Broccoli, you like the fish spatula too? Well, I have a fish spatula. Like this one is the one. This is my one from home. I like this one a lot more. The reason that this one's not in my camping kit is that I use this one all the time, so I can't put it in there. The only thing that I would add to this kit that I don't currently have in here is a flat spatula, like the one that I was using on the griddle earlier today. This one, just like a flat grill spatula. When I do plan on using the griddle, I take this one with me. But generally, it would be nicer to have that. Dedicated to the box, as opposed to having to remember to bring it. So these sit in here along the side. Like, so you can see where these go. These sit in here along the side of the thing. And when I was saying about how I don't like the spatula like doesn't sit right in here. It's kind of annoying, although that actually sat perfectly just like that. Everything goes in here and just sits right along the side of the pot. Easy enough. We have a couple other things. One, a cast iron pan. This gets used pretty much more than anything else. It has this like diaper towel on it, as I call it. This towel just looks crappy because it is. The reason this towel is in here is just to keep the pan itself, actually the interior of the pan, nice. I put the towel in here so that I can put the whole pan upside down, just like that. And then we also have a couple things. So I have a big coffee pot, or what used to be a coffee pot. This is now just for hot water. Like I don't have any, this is a percolating coffee pot. I have the percolating piece for this, but I don't use it anymore. Now this is basically like if I need like a pot of hot water, in addition to the pot that I have in here, I can just fill this up with hot water. Right now, what I use this for is storage. So all of my, ooh, that spoon looks dirty. That's weird. All of my cooking spoons go in here. The ones that I'm, cooking and eating spoons. So I have a big collection of spoons that live in here. Forks. Again, we got five forks. So 2 meals worth of each utensil. 2 spoons, 5 forks, a bunch of spoons. We got a couple knives here. I always bring a couple extra knives because we make sandwiches with them. Like if I'm making sun butter sandwiches, use the knives to spread the stuff. We have a can opener with a church key I've definitely been on a camping trip before where I did not have this, and it's really rare that I use a can opener, but it's one of those things that when you need it, nothing else will suffice. And then a wine key, bottle key, wine key. This, again, doesn't get used super often, but I camp often enough with folks who are drinking, so I keep one of these around. And then into this container goes my other little tiny knife as well. Although, you know, I should probably... If I took the tiny knife out of this container, this lid would sit on here a lot better. So maybe we'll just put the tiny knife here in the box and let that one fend for itself. And then this plastic knife, I don't know why that's in there, but there it is. Just being honest. And then I guess I can put that handle in there too. So this all just sits right in here. And then typically I'll have some bowls. Kind of have to like give it a little shake and things kind of settle in. And then on the top, we have cutting boards. Just 2 wood cutting boards. And then I also have some additional plates, just like paper plates that I take. Sometimes we use plates to eat off of. If like breakfast on whatever morning we're leaving, we'll eat off of the paper plates. Most of the time I prefer to eat off of the other plates. So if I'm having if we have a group too, like a large group, I also just bring plastic knives, plastic forks. These I don't dispose of. I try to keep these in the dish pan. So when we are finished eating, I have the kids or whoever's with me put those in the dish pan and we'll wash them. And that is the cooking crate. So this is what goes on every trip with me. I used to have a large bin, like a big Rubbermaid bin that had a lot more stuff in it, and over the past couple years I've been like, loading this thing in and out of the car is a lot. Like I don't use half the stuff in there. So before this season I audited that bin completely and really stripped down to only the things that I use regularly get to come in this box. And then if I need something that's a bit more specific to the meal that I'm making on that particular trip, I will bring that. I have another bin over here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to I'm going to rinse off the pizza slices, the crust, get those a little wet. We're going to pop those in the oven because we're going to start the pizza cooking now. It is 19:04 my time. It's 7:05 p.m. now. We're going to have dinner probably about 19:30. So generally that's like dinner time. So let's get the pizza in the oven. While the pizza's in the oven, I will show you all what's in the other box, if you'd like. I have two logistics boxes. One has a bunch of gear and stuff. The other one has a bunch of like kitchen adjacent stuff in it that's not necessarily cooking. That box is just cooking gear. The other box is just like gear. Like, I don't know, little stuff. You'll see, because I'll show it to you. Broccoli, I never get rid of my camping gear. No. Don't forget to water my crust. I will. We're going to do that right now. No, I never actually get rid of camping gear because I put, basically I put it in, right now, all my camping gear that is not currently in use is in that big tote that I was saying I used to use. So right now it's all there and is that's like my staging station for all my camping stuff. I have a closet. I have a whole closet in a room that is just camping gear. Ideally I'd love to have not a closet. I'd love to have all of my camping stuff in a closer proximity to the car. Right now, it's like I have to carry it all up the steps and down the steps whenever I want to use it. So that's a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, let's put that pizza in the oven. We're going to set a 10-minute timer because I'm going to forget that is in there. Okay, let's take a look at this other camping box. So I have, again, I have one that's just filled with snacks. So a whole box, like I have one whole box of this size box that is literally filled with snacks. No shame. This one has a cutting board on it. I don't actually use this to cut very often. I do use this. I'll put another cutting board on top of this, but I don't like using this one. Sorry, I don't like using this one to cut on. So we're not. Liz, excellent. Cool. That's great to know. Is any of that necessary to pick up before I leave? I should be able to get it on Thursday. And when I say necessary, I mean perishable. More specifically, like it's not ice cream. Okay, good. If it's ice cream, I would make a point to get it right away. Okay, thank you. Cool. Thank you for the heads up. I always get the things in the email. I'm registered for like the, tell me what's coming. So that one, I saw something, but I also, Ludi, that's the one. My friend Drew uses the PO box all the time. He's got some stuff there ready to pick up right now. And it's funny because he always gives like weird names or random names. They know. The Lisas know. The Lisas know if it's like that box. As long as it's the box number, they've probably seen it all. So this box is a bit different. This one has a partition in it. They all have. I could put a partition in any of them, but this one has like the main section and then the like herbs, spices section. So in here, I basically have a bunch of like seasonings. This is where everything kind of lives. I've got a thing of maple syrup in here. I have a thing of olive oil. I just top this bottle off after every trip. So it's been the same bottle for a long time. My blue tape for labeling stuff. I have some spices in here, red pepper and garlic salt. Amazon from me. Gotcha. Cool. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I do appreciate the heads up. I like knowing because then I will make an effort to look for it. I don't always go to the PO box every week. Pico parked down our driveway by the barn. Brewed coffee in our stovetop percolator. Beautiful. I love a stovetop percolator. Pico, I'm familiar. And then we also have, this is just added, I got this Vindaloo seasoning for a recipe the other day, and I'm just adding this in here because it's like additional heat. So those all kind of just sit like literally mashed down into the corner there. On top of that, we have salt and pepper. So these are, this is just like pre-ground pepper. I ground this from the pepper grinder that I have, and then kosher salt. So big containers of salt and pepper. And then we have some other seasonings, Aleppo pepper, za'atar, bay leaves for any soup situation or purpose. And these don't really stack in here. They just kind of like, I just kind of like throw them in. And then classic finishing salt, a little bit of malt and Mulled and finishing salt, and then I also have a selection of different teas in here as well. So all of that lives on this side of the divider. And then the other side of the divider is a variety of different things, and this kind of changes, but this is all sort of like camp use stuff. Aluminum foil, paper towels, a little coffee in here. I've got clips. These are clips for my tablecloth. I didn't use the tablecloth on that camping trip because the table was soaking wet when I got there, and I didn't want to put the tablecloth down, and then it was wet the whole time, so I didn't. We have napkins in here. I've got towels, so just like kitchen towels. I refresh these after every trip. Bag, a general use bag. Often if I'm taking like onions with me or potatoes or something like that, I will want just like a mesh bag. It's a fabric mesh bag. Trash bags, obviously very important. Toothpicks, also very important. Cooking spray. So this is for a variety of different things, but primarily this is for pie irons, mountain pies. Use that. The outdoor fly trap, a must-have. This is a must-have. We have a selection of different incense, rose, musk, and then this is just this is incense that said it keeps bugs away. I don't know if it works, but I light some regularly while we are out. And then some other little odds and ends in this container. I have a small knife, a little foldable Opinel like picnic knife, extra sponge, some lighters, a couple Sharpies, a few extra clips, just like general use clips. And that's it. This is a very simple box. Most of the stuff that I reach for when I'm cooking comes out of one of these two boxes. So this is more like kitchen stuff, and the other box is like kitchen gear. So there is sort of a delineation between those two. This one has non-cooking things and seasonings. The half pint containers are great. They really are. And these paper towels, there's like a specific order that stuff goes in here too, so that it all fits. Because like I can't put the paper towels in, or I can't put the foil in after the paper towels. And then the other really important thing that goes in this box, gloves. A large box of plastic gloves, because washing your hands at the campsite is occasionally impossible. And occasionally I am not camping anywhere near the bathroom. Like last camping trip that we all went on was not at all near the bathroom. So we had to use some gloves. Okay. And then other things that I bring with me specific to cooking that are not food are a dish pan, actually 2 dish pans. I don't know where the other dish pan went to. Doesn't matter. Dish pan, obviously sponge and brush. These are quart and pint container, clean quart containers, clean pint containers with lids. So these are for leftovers. These are also for prep. I use these if I don't have any paper bowls or any of that, and I'm doing some prep. And then, of course, your aluminum pans. These are for everything. So when I take stuff out of we'll go into the car, I'll take stuff out of the cooler, I'll take stuff out of the the back, like a bag or whatever. Basically, like I'll put all of my food stuff in here and I'll take it to the table so I can use it. These are great. I line them with foil for food that's finished. You can put these on top of the grill grate in the campsite. They're like amazing. You know, you hold things hot in here. So these are like a total must have in my mind when I'm camping. Like have to have them. Have to have them. Yeah, these are just, the metal pans are super important. A weird centipede-like thing shimmied down a door from inside a couple of nights ago. It's fast. Right. You know, there's some bugs that are good and some bugs that are terrifying. And occasionally they're the same bug. Okay, I don't know where the other dishpan went. That's weird. I feel like I'm missing, I like lost an entire dishpan. Where did it go? Question. No, okay. I was gonna say maybe it's under, maybe it's in the kitchen. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take one more quick words on stream break because Twitch is about to force an ad on us. When we come back, I'm gonna get the pizza out of the oven. And maybe we could look at the dessert box too. Let's look at the snack box when we come back. I think that that's probably worth doing because it's the last little box, and you know, always want to have something sweet towards the end. So let's get one more words on stream, and we'll be right back. If you're unfamiliar, we do a game of words on stream. We run 3 minutes of ads on Twitch. If you are not a subscriber, you're lurking. Perhaps you are just hearing the sound of my voice. You're gonna get an ad. It's coming up. Here's a link to YouTube and chat if you want to do that instead. There's no ads on YouTube, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Here it comes.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, I got one. I feel good about myself. Okay, pizza is most definitely finished. I'm going to scrub this cast iron pan, the one with the hot dog stuff in it, and we're going to put that in the oven to dry up. All right, let me yell at Calvin. I'm gonna have dinner in 10. Turning my mic off. All right, he's been sufficiently apprised of the dinner plan. Okay. Like I said, I'm just gonna grub this cast iron pan out real quick while we're taking a quick break. God damn, that is thick on there. Scrubbing this with one of those chainmail scrubbers. Last guesses for this round. Oh, I really want to get this pan refinished. It's just hurting. It's just hurting. It really is not having the best of seasons. And I don't mean that in this, I mean, yeah, I guess I mean that in multiple senses. Okay. See if I can get one cast iron pan clean. Okay. Well, clean as it's gonna get. Clean as it's gonna get. Okay. Pop that in the oven. This other pan just had onions in it, so I don't really need to scrub this one. I just need it to be rinsed out real quick. And we'll do that too. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you're back. Welcome. Thank you for your patience as we got through an ad break. If you're not a subscriber, you may have noticed that you just saw an ad. They are unavoidable on the platform. All right, both cast irons are done. They are in. They're in the oven now. Oven is off, by the way. We can turn the oven off so that it's not continuing to cook all that pizza. I mean, it is continuing to cook it, but all right. I'm also going to toss my. Let's see. I'll take the pizza out for a second. I'm going to toss my vegetables back in just to heat up again. And yeah, the pizza crust, the crust is a little better than it was this time. So that's good. All right, last guesses. Last guesses. We got one more to go. Hard one. Well, excellent work on words today, y'all. We won some, we missed some, and what really matters is the friends we made along the way. Unless you're competitive, and then it really matters. The winning really matters. But, okay, we're going to do one last little thing. We're going to take a look at what's in the snack box, and then we'll be finished for today. This is the better of the boxes. So this one's the good one. So not all of this comes every time, but I already packed this one for this trip. So I'm planning on making a couple different desserts while I'm there. We have a couple bags of things, bags of chocolate pretzels, bags of Fig Newtons. I got these for the. I usually buy like a big bag, like this bag is like full of these like crispy dry snacks. You know, I'll eat some of them on this trip. I'll eat some of them on the next trip. Same thing with this corn. I just keep a lot of like dried snacks on hand. Pistachios are also in here. We have marshmallows, of course. This is the parchment paper I just tossed in here. I put that in here because mostly what I use parchment paper for when I'm cooking is banana boats, which is a banana sliced in half. You fill it with graham crackers and marshmallow and chocolate, and then you wrap it in parchment paper. Then you wrap it in foil, and then you put it on the coals in the fire. This is my pancake mix. So bag of mix labeled with what you're supposed to add to it. I also added dried buttermilk into here, so these are going to be buttermilk pancakes. What I love doing is putting the water directly in the bag, mixing it all up, and then just cutting a little hole in the bottom of the bag, and like there's your pancake server right there. Alternately, I'll put it in a large quart container, and I'll put it out from there. We also have obvious s'mores ingredients. We have marshmallows, chocolate bars. These are the mini ones. These are way better for s'mores. One chocolate bar per s'more instead of opening an entire like Hershey bar or something. Obviously, graham crackers in the mix. Hot chocolate also in the mix. Some mini marshmallows. These are for, again, banana boats or mountain pies, so pie irons. Those get put on there. Cake mix. This goes on top of pie filling for a cobbler. So basically you take a thing of pie filling I usually do 2. You dump this in the bottom of the Dutch oven. You sprinkle a box of cake mix over the top of it, literally just like the box of cake mix. You add a couple pats of butter, and then there you go. And you bake it in the fire. It's perfect. I love a variety for my fillings, so I have apple and peach and blueberry. Now, this one happens to say best if used by May 6th, 2023. So we might not use this one, but we'll see. It's a little bit old. It's a canned good. What are you going to do? Otherwise, we have honey. So this goes on sandwiches. This also goes in banana boats sometimes. So a little bit of honey. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. 500 bits is a cookie club entry. That's a strong entry. Thank you. We have fluff. Obviously, this is also for mountain pies. This is for sun butter banana sandwiches for lunch. This is probably one of my favorite things in my whole camping kit, camp cooking kit. We call it the special topping jar. Personally, I will use canned goods unless they're bloating, rusting, or otherwise. Yeah, same, uncommon. Like this one looks fine. None of these look in any way bad. So I will use it. If it gets to be 2026, I might not. But the special toppings jar is just that. It's just toppings. These are literally like random, what I believe many people would call bibs and bobs. We have sprinkles in here. We have mini chocolate chips, freeze-dried strawberries, coconut, brown sugar, mini marshmallows are in here. Rainbow sprinkles are in here. Walnuts are in here. Candied pecans are in here. So this is literally just a jar of whatever crap I pull out of the cabinet. There's enough in here for this trip. After this trip, I'm just going to refill this to the top with whatever comes out of the cabinet. I'm just going to reach in, I'm going to grab stuff, I'm going to put it in the jar, and it's just the special topping jar. Dried fruits and nuts. Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is a lot of brown sugar, coconut, and dried strawberry, and mini marshmallows. Multiple types of mini marshmallows. Very important. We have another packet of hot chocolate. Weird. I'm going to add this to the box of hot chocolate. And then we have syrup. Just like pancake syrup. I have maple syrup in the other jar, in the other bin. This is in here because some of the kids who we camp with don't like maple syrup for some reason. So we have like regular syrup, which I passive aggressively got sugar-free syrup because, listen, if you don't like maple syrup, then you don't, then suffer. Oatmeal. This is not a snack, but this is in this bin because this is where it fits. Oatmeal with the directions on how to make it. You just add 2 cups of water. Oatmeal in a pot, 2 cups of water. Easy enough. And then these are for the mountain pies as well. We have crumbled up graham cracker. And this is just like mini morsels, like mini chocolate chips. There's butterscotch ones in there. There's lots of like this kind of different stuff in there. But that's basically the snack box. So whenever we're camping, this kind of comes out at the end of the meal. Usually what I pull out of here are the graham crackers, the marshmallows, and the chocolate, because the s'mores are still the most popular of snacks for both Calvin and his friends when we're camping. So if it works, go with it, is how I kind of see it. S'mores are not necessarily my favorite thing, but they're easy. And the kids seem to like them, so we go with it. But yeah, this is all three of these boxes are like the basic. It's like that's where the food goes. We have one for kitchen supplies, one for general supplies, one for snacks and like dry goods, basically like breakfast dry goods. And then the food itself obviously goes in the cooler, but I'll have like a tote bag. Usually I'll have a tote bag or two of things like bread, bags of chips, bananas, anything that's not needing of refrigeration. You know, I'll put potatoes in there or onions or kind of whatever. That all goes in a tote bag. The reason that all goes in a tote bag instead of a bin is because I don't plan on taking it home. It all gets cooked. Pretty much everything in here is sort of like may or may not get used depending on the vibe. But I do just find it easier to have like one bin that comes with that I also put all my dry stuff in for breakfast and whatnot. I'm surprised we don't use more tree syrups. Birch. Ooh, God, I would love some birch syrup. I have birch beer in the birch beer in the fridge right now. Probably gonna turn on the lights. You definitely gotta turn on the lights. They're probably stubborn like my kid had never tried it. Probably. But you know what? So fluff, they're not my kids, so I don't really give a shit. I'm a lot more, I feel like the accommodating your friends' kids in their dietary needs is just par for the course when you are doing the cooking for the trip. So mostly when we're camping with Calvin's friends, I'm responsible for the food. So I do try to accommodate them. It's the same reason I bring plain pasta and butter on every trip that I go on with children. Because you never know, right? Other half doesn't like real maple syrup. Are they okay? Did they know where you live? Is this like a closely guarded family secret? I don't think you're allowed to tell people that. I didn't think that Canadians were allowed to tell people that they didn't like maple syrup. I thought that was verboten and that you would just be shunned and, you know, ostracized by society. At least that's my understanding. Okay. Oh, shit, I didn't put any of this stuff back in. You eat dinner or you don't get a sleeping bag. I mean, that could work too. No, but again, most of these kids, you know, like I said, it's not my kid, so I have a lot less. I have a ton of patience with Calvin, but like, you know, if you're not my kid, I don't really care what you eat, honestly. Like that's, as long as your parent is on the trip too, they're going to tell you what you should, or, you know, they're going to tell you what their expectations are, and I'm not going to set them for you. PDS Mix, welcome in. Dad, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry, I'm Dad. Classic. That's a free dad joke. You can have one. You can have that. Oh God, sorry. Zach, welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. Good to see you. Friends who just joined us. I understand that y'all were griping about the new Twitch channel category logos. Which one do you hate the most? For me, it's food and drink, because that's where I'm streaming right now. Paul, welcome in. But welcome in, friends. It's nice to have you. As I mentioned earlier, if you are hanging out here and you're not already following Zach, you should probably do that. Zach is an excellent source of stream information, Twitch news, generalized content creator space information, and he's very good at it. Gathering, sharing, commentating, discussing. And I would absolutely encourage you. I think if you are interested in Twitch or you're in the streaming space, Zach Bussey is a must follow. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. Speaking of must follows, you don't necessarily need to follow here. I'd always be happy if you do. And follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. I will not say hi to you. And unless you say something in chat, no one will know. No one will know. Zach promised us Aspic. Oh, I am sorry to disappoint you that I definitely did not. I wasn't making aspic today. Maybe my bad. E-Chef, welcome in. A Jell-O sandwich? No. Gosh, no. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. It's nice to have you. My name is Lou. This is a food stream. When it's not a food stream, it's an IRL stream. Last time, the stream before this one, we were camping. We went hiking. We made a campfire. We cooked over the campfire in a Dutch oven, and we ate s'mores. Generally, though, I am cooking. Mostly cooking vegetable-forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son. He is 9. I have made dinner tonight. Dinner is in the oven. I'm waiting for him to come downstairs. He's going to come down and I'm going to put some food in his face. Tonight we made a medley of roasted vegetables. We made corn and Brussels sprouts, potatoes, carrots, and pesto. And pizza, leftover pizza. So real weird early, this is a weird dinner tonight. Dinner tonight that we're having is not the usual dinner that I do on stream, but what we did today was we did prep. We did a bunch of meal prep. We prepped for a trip that I'm going on. The trip is a camping trip. I prepped, I guess I can show you. Can I show you what I prepped? Would that be okay? Can do that. We prepped a bunch of Sloppy Joe. So a loose meat tomato sauce sandwich, for those of y'all unfamiliar. I'm trying something different for this camping trip. We're trying to make everything like completely ahead of time, as opposed to like prepping the ingredients and then assembling them at the campsite. So I made these. These are I made more of them than this. This is like just, I think I made 6 of these. 6 pints of Sloppy Joe. So we made those. We also made foil packets. So these are really not much to look at the moment. They're really not much to look at because they're foil, but inside of here is a mix of all those same vegetables that I just mentioned. Carrots, Brussels sprouts, corn, and potatoes, along with thyme and parsley, butter, and flounder fillets. Foiled again, I know, right? The hell. But these are ready to just go onto a campfire and like in the coals and cook. So normally when I would be doing meal prep for camping, I would prep all the ingredients for this, and then I would assemble them while I'm camping. We're trying something different this time and assembling the packet at home, freezing it, and bringing it camping with us. The other thing that we made today that I need to actually wrap up, which I can probably do right now because, yeah, these are cold. We made grilled cheese sandwiches. These are completely finished, ready to eat grilled cheese sandwiches that are frozen that I'm going to take camping. We're going to put these over, I'm going to like take these out of the cooler, thaw them for like an hour, and then I'm going to cook them on the griddle. So these are, we're trying something new. I've never made grilled cheese ahead of time like this in this way. So we'll see how it goes. I think it'll work. I hope it'll work. My kitchen sense tells me it will work. So we're going with it and hoping for the best. So that was the output. I was gonna say byproduct, but no, that was the direct product of stream this afternoon. We also made, like I said, we made dinner. Dinner is a tray of vegetables and a bunch of leftover pizza. So we're gonna I'm gonna wrap these right now while we're like here, because otherwise I'll have to do that later. So the next, thank you for closing the kitchen door. I know that was my foot. I was just like, meh. You didn't see it. You didn't see the foot, but you saw the door close. I'm gonna wrap these individually because wrapping them together is going to be kind of annoying. because they're just weird shapes and they're a weird size. They're a weird shape, and they're not a good size for wrapping together. So we'll do 4 of these together. Or no, we'll do 4. Words are exceedingly difficult at the moment. We're going to do 4 of these, and then we're going to freeze these again. And hopefully they turn out. They looked really good when I made them, and they smelled really good, so. I am worried about the bread being a little bit soggy, maybe, but I think it should be okay if I thaw them for long enough and then hit them on the griddle and re-crisp the bread. But the thawing is definitely going to be the key for all these things. Although the foil packets I'm not going to thaw. I'm just going to toss those like directly on the fire because those are going to steam. So when they cook, they're just going to be they're going to steam anyway. So I feel like they don't necessarily need to thaw in order to cook completely. Okay, so this is going to go in. Let's put these. Now I've had it happen before where I've put stuff in the freezer to take with me on a trip, and I've totally forgotten all the freezer things. So I'm going to make sure all that stuff stays together in the freezer. Oh, y'all, we have had a stream today. It has been 6 hours and 42 minutes. It's been productive. I feel like I have done, this is funny. I always feel like I have done like less than I anticipated, despite having more time than I thought it would take. 2 hot pans of sandwiches in the foil. That is a good idea. I do like that. I like the idea of like pressing them a little bit more, sort of regardless of how they reheat. Because I think that having, regardless of how they reheat. Let's see, where are we going to land today? I think I would love to stay in the food and drink category, if that's okay with all of y'all. I don't know if y'all have any like fave food and drink streamers, but I feel like I know quite a few, and so we're gonna take a look. Who's in the category today? Who's in the terribly pictured food and drink category? Oh my god, it's so bad in here right now. Not bad, no, I mean it's not actually, listen, it's not bad in the sense of there's a lot of good people streaming. The channel category banner logo, category logo is awful. We are going to raid Rusty Rhymes maybe today. Rusty is, how's Rusty doing? What are they doing? Rusty is looking like he is maybe finished cooking, possibly finished cooking. I don't care. We're going to raid Rusty anyway. Y'all should go follow Rusty Rhymes. Rusty is one of like the nicest folks in the Twitch food and drink community. Genuinely awesome person. He and his partner are both on right now. Here they are. Our next Sofa, thank you for the raid messages. We're heading out today. The goodbye messages are on. If you want to say bye, command bye in chat or use the channel point reward. Here are some places you can follow me. elsewhere on the internet in chat right now. Discord, if you message me, I will probably message you back at some point within maybe a week or two. I'm just being really honest. YouTube is great if you want to subscribe there. And Blue Sky is where you can see me generally doing the things I was doing on Twitter before that turned into a cesspool. Anyway, we'll be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a little bit of later stream. We'll be live around 5:30 p.m. Thank you for the raids today. I appreciate y'all. A reminder, if you are hanging out and lurking and not currently following, you can hit the follow button. It's under there somewhere and it's free and costs you nothing. And if you like what you saw, you can come back. I'm usually live Tuesdays and Thursdays for a bunch of hours in the middle of the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. And if not, it's been lovely to have you regardless. So thank you. I will see you all tomorrow. We're going to do chicken parm and some pasta for dinner. It's going to be lovely. Let's go say hi to Rusty. And if I don't see you there, I'll see you in chat. Okay, bye.
Silver is raining. Yo!